Never been so quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Women Self-Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the lovely viewers at Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you to this episode at Healing Our Earth, which is a Glow Women episode. And today we are going to talk and discuss about women's self-care, middle-age concerns, care, as well as what all things happen at this stage and why it is particularly so important in the life of women. We'll be diving deep into all that. But before that, let's start with the global peace message of Gayatri Mantra. So as we go, a moments of peace for each one of us, prayers for all people around the globe, for global peace, and spreading that message that comes from the inner being of ourselves. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath as we join our hands together. Remembering the power of being who has been with us with whose essence we are here. Let's chant Om. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति 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 middle age, uh, a unique identity in itself for a woman. And we'll be talking, discussing, and having chit chats from the women and also by the women. And we'll also be knowing some perspective from the men's side. And for this, I also would like to welcome my co-host for today's episode, Dr. Anjali Agrawal from India. A very good evening and a global namaste to you, Dr. Anjali.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste to all the family members and the guest speakers from Healing Our Earth. Thank you, everyone.
So, Dr. Anjali, today's episode is a Glow Women episode. Um, Global Women, and this episode is always dedicated for women, by women, and for all the community that is representing the issues, the facets, the lives that run in a feminine life. And that's why we have chosen a particular topic for today, which is specifically on middle age. What are your thoughts about this? As you and I lie in the same age group, and we all, being physicians, also see how the lives of the females are. What do you think about it? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And I think we evolve like a butterfly. We have different stages in a woman's life, from a young girl to a very, very dainty girl to a pretty woman, and then we come into a midlife crisis. But in fact, I'll not say it's a crisis, it's like a midlife adventure. And your hormones are all over the place. You have sweet cravings, you have sweet anger, you have sweet, liking and disliking. But at the same time, your body is wanting to do much but is not able to do much. So it's an intermixed situation, a very confusing situation. But this is a phase when the butterfly is metaphorizing. It's like transforming into a more matured, more calmer being, I feel. It's all the haywire of hormones at this phase. So the women health especially gets really, really matters for a women, because we're looking at pelvic health issues, we're looking at menopausal issues, or we are looking at, period pain issues, we're looking at hormonal and mental health issues also. Bone health is an important thing because our estrogen tries to dip, and that affects our bones, and we start feeling more weaker, the strength is gone. So overall, I feel all of us, we know that how we think and how we, work towards our goals is very important. And what we do is preventative in the early years of our life. What we can put into a women's health goals will look into a middle life crisis. I'll not say the word middle life crisis, middle life adventure, I would say. Yeah, Dr. Amrit, I think you too agree to that.
Yeah. Definitely. Actually, I also think that there are a lot of situations that a person comes up with, and how a person makes that as an adventure of his or her life also makes a very big difference. So, there are a lot of key things that you have put forward, and the sweet anger specifically, when you pointed out, it's a very sweet word, in fact, to add that that metaphor to an anger aspect. And Anjali, let's also take our viewpoints from another beautiful woman who is with us and is a very good contributor at Healing Our Earth, Sarah Mills. So, global namaste and a very warm welcome, Sarah. Sarah is a leadership mentor and a social entrepreneur, and she has a vibrant force behind the art of winning. And wow, the Women on Winning, which is a very beautiful stream of community that she has been a part of, and she's a global brand ambassador with Abroni, leading the way in conscious, sustainable living and business. And her passion is to show people how to thrive happily in any age as well as at any stage of life. Wow, that's so wonderful. With that, wow, I'd like to welcome Sarah. A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome.
Oh, thank you, Amrita. It's so lovely to be here. These events always put a lovely smile on my face, especially with all your gorgeous singing at the start. Always makes me smile. So yeah, I absolutely love. It's a gorgeous place to be, and I'm always honoured to share something of what I might be able to contribute to this incredible Healing Our Earth global community. It's absolutely lovely. So yeah, I just wanted to share some thoughts on the whole midlife and how it kind of works out for me. So for everyone who doesn't know me, I am Sarah Mills, and I do believe in the art of winning, but it really does to me mean not winning at all costs, but winning with purpose, with people, and with possibility. And I think that is relevant to us at whatever age of life we're in. And I have truly flourished since my middle age, whatever that is. Hopefully, I'm not there yet. But I'm obviously thrilled to join this global conversation on women's self-care and midlife challenges. And it's a topic that's really personal and powerful to me, because I do think that looking after ourselves and our self-care is not a luxury. It really should be like a launch pad. And absolutely, as the lovely previous speaker just said, it shouldn't be a crisis. It really is a chance to rewrite the rules and flourish on whatever terms you want to flourish. And that's what obviously love to just share with you, now, if that's okay. Because this is all about midlife and beyond. But I think too often, I hear this a lot. I work with lots of older people and lots of younger people, and what I often hear is, "Oh, I'm too young to lead," or "I'm too old to start again." And I really want to challenge that for us all, because I didn't follow a traditional path, but here I am. I'm leading a purpose-driven business now. I mentor incredible women and men, mostly women, and and flourishing in a season really that I never really imagined, because I was somebody that very much went from kind of shy to shining. I didn't grow up imagining one day I'd be speaking on webinars like this or leading global communities, and I often played small, and I wanted to feel ready. So I don't know if that can happen to some other women here today, that are in that place of, am I ready for this? But I really do believe that ready doesn't come from age. It just comes from making a decision. And for me, and I say this to all the amazing women out there in their midlife, but the moment I stopped settling for that safe, that's kind of when everything changed. So I went from working in a corporate marketing agency in London to, as you mentioned, being a brand ambassador with one of the world's leading health and wellness businesses for good. And we're all about clean, conscious living and bringing that into a flexible lifestyle business. And that's really been a life changer for me, for healthy living and a healthy mindset, because so much of it starts in our mind. You know, what we can hold in our hand, see in our mind, we can hold in our hands. So I didn't have a step-by-step plan, but I did have purpose and people and a belief that I could build a life the way I wanted to believe it. So I just wanted to share, just to prove some of my midlife milestones. I started my business aged 48 years old. I co-founded Wow Women on Winning aged 60 years old. I won a prestigious award in the northeast of England, where I live now, at 62 years old. I became a mentor with a national charity in the UK at the age of 63 years old. And I honestly just feel like I'm just getting started. And because I work with women from all different ages, it becomes really vibrant and energizing. And it becomes full of wisdom, because for me, midlife is not a breakdown. I know it can be a crisis for some people, but there is an opportunity to always rise out of that. To me, it really has been a breakthrough. And I thought of this, that it doesn't have to be your sunset. So many people think it's a sunset, but it can be a sunrise, right? You just need to change the direction you're facing. I hope everybody's good with that. And I use something called the WIN framework, which is WIN, as a guide for thriving. And that is a sort of signature framework that I use. And I think for all of us, particularly women in mid-age, where sometimes our health is being challenged by our hormonal changes, I think we have to say W, which is well-being first. We have to put our well-being first. And then through this other stage of our life, if we can create an income with impact, which is the I, then it really has purpose. And then the N is for networks. And this Healing Our Earth is the most beautiful network of a global, incredible community. So it's networks that create that real connection. And it's simple, but it's really powerful. So to me, WIN is about designing a life you don't need to escape from. And it's a daily choice to center your health and your purpose and your people in everything you do. So I'll just go through those little sections, just a little bit more detail. So well-being first. If you're running on empty, everything feels heavier. And midlife is sometimes when your body whispers or shouts, it's time to listen. You know, I'm changing, I need different things. But well-being first means nourishing your body. Like, I know so many people on this extraordinary Healing Our Earth community are so all about how we nourish our body, how we nourish our mind. But we need to nourish our body, not punish it. And we need to move, you know, move because we want to move on our body all the time. And most importantly, is saying yes to resting, to saying yes to having boundaries, to switching off our phone, for going for a walk, for being out in nature. And this is not self-indulgence. I truly believe with all my heart this is self-respect. And healthy living means you have power, and that's powerful living. So when we fuel our bodies with clean nutrition and prioritize sleep and movement and hydration, we don't just feel better, but we lead ourselves better. And that is not about perfection. It's about energy, it's about clarity, it's about resilience at any age. And to me, healthy living isn't a habit, it's a superpower. Because once that becomes a habit, you feel so much better. And then secondly, the I, you know, think about whatever it is you're doing in your work right now, in the midlife stage that you're in. You know, I like to think about leaving an impact. So the I for me is income, but it has to have a positive impact, because then it gives us meaning. And when it gives us meaning, we feel great, we feel younger, we feel vibrant. And, you know, I get it. Money matters, but really so does meaning. So win isn't about income at any cost. It's about income that aligns with your values. And in my work with Arbonne, I help people live healthier lives. I help them build flexible businesses on their terms through healthy living. And I contribute to an organization that leads with purpose and sustainability. And when we can do that, we feel amazing. So I would ask you to ask yourself, am I earning in a way that really energizes me or exhausts me? Because there's lots of people in midlife that are in the, you know, major stages still of their corporate career, and they can feel exhausted, not energized. So And to me, success is never the size of your salary. It is the size of maybe how you feel when you wake up, the smile that you use when you wake up. And then the N for networks. This to me is everything. Networks that create real connections. I am so grateful for the connections I have made with Amrita and with other members, with Neil on this incredible Healing Our Earth, because we never know when those connections will mean something really meaningful to us. And that is a game changer. Your network at whatever age and in midlife, you should, I hope, have a wonderful network of other men and women that you can call on, rely on, build on, and relationship with. And your network is not just about your context, it's about your circle of energy. And who are those people who lift you up when your confidence dips? And it can dip in midlife due to those changes that women and men, but predominantly women, do go through. So, who celebrates your growth? Who drains your joy? And whether you're introverted or extroverted, you were never meant to do it alone. So find your people, find the ones who celebrate you, who challenge you kindly, in brackets, and cheerlead your courage, because the right room changes everything. So when you find your people, I seriously know that you will see the spark and that will help to light you up. So at the end of the day, it's just about finding having the right mindset, that healthy mindset in that midlife stage. Find the mentors, find the motivation, because that's the real shift. Because it's not your age, it's your mindset, it's your mentors. And I had to let go of it's too late, I'm not the right person, I've got too much to learn. And instead, I found people who showed me what was possible. And I kept coming back to my why. And my why is always now to awaken others to believe in themselves, no matter what their age or background is. Because when you find the right vehicle, like I have, your possibilities become limitless. And when you shift your inner story, your outer reality flows. And I know 100% that brings light to your life, to your age, to whatever you're going through. Your mindset is the story that your future self is listening to. And so this is the flourish phase. It's never too late to bloom. And this is why I love to call it the flourish phase, where I'm growing, I'm giving, I'm leading with deeper clarity and purpose, not because I got lucky. It is not to do with luck, it's because I got clear. And I'm not here to prove anything, I'm just here to live fully. We have to live fully. Our time here on this earth is limited. And to show people what's possible, because when we lead with self-care, with vision and action. So if you're wondering if your best years are behind you, they are not. I promise you, you're just getting started. Flourishing is not a phase, it's absolutely a decision that we can all make. So here are just 3 takeaway actions for you. I want you to challenge a belief. What story about your age or timing is holding you back, and is it true? And secondly, take one bold step today, even a small one, because I know your future self will thank you. And 3, the most important to me, and we are doing this here today, perfect for my talk, get in the right room. Find the mentor, join the community, say yes to that coffee chat. That is where the magic happens, because bold moves do not have to be big. They just have to begin. And my final thought is, with the right mindset, with the right mentors, and with the right motivation, anything is possible. It's not someday, it's not when it's safe, it's just now. Now is all we have. And you're not too late, you're right on time. And I'm really glad that you're all here and you're listening to this. And I know you will get some extraordinary inspiration and motivation from the other speakers that are here too. And if anything on that frame resonated with you, then, let's connect and let's really win well and flourish together. So thank you, Amrita.
Wow. That's a real wow, actually. And I really think that your perspective to make people understand about this, and your perspective to know about things, and the way you think that life brings opportunities for us, as well as utilizing those stages and which room you are in and how do you utilize the space around you with the people around you, makes a very big difference. which is really very wonderful. Isn't it, Anjali? It's really very nice the way you pull up with the perception of making a stage of your life or the things that trouble you as a beautiful moments of your life, and then you walk forward. What have you to say, Dr. Anjali, before we take our comments from our director Nilkumar? Over to you.
Yeah, exactly, Dr. Amrita. And thank you, Sarah. It's a wonderful insight from you and wonderful winning. We got to win at each stage and make
Mm.
every stage of life an adventure. And as you
Indeed.
mentioned, the room which we enter, we need to light up that room and empower others and get empowered ourselves too. So I think that's the goal about connecting with people, building a force which can empower us, right, Dr. Amrita? I think that's what Healing Our Earth also does. We empower each other and we bring in the joint energy together, pulling each other up and, lifting each other up. And that's what women need. So, there's nothing like women coming together for a coffee or just sitting together and talking. That itself is a stress buster instead of any kind of hormonal pill or any medicines to be needed. But just voicing your thoughts, talking, taking interaction with each other really helps you win. Thank you, Sarah. That was very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
Um,
Sarah, greetings to you and welcome once again to Healing Our Earth, that is beaming live on various social platforms and including our website. Sarah, how passionate you are. You, apart from being empowering women, social entrepreneurship, collaboration, and connection, you mentioned that connection is important. We come into each other's life, into journey, either to teach each other, enhance each other, sometimes to harm each other as well. So those are negative energy, which you discard. But one of the things, Sarah, you like is to focus on well-being. So, as a man, I want to ask you two questions.
Mm.
Second question will be some tips for men how to understand women. But the first question is midlife crisis. Is it a myth or psychosomatic or reality?
Wow, that's a good one. And I don't know if there's a definitive. I don't know, Neil, if there's a definitive answer for that. I haven't ever gone through a midlife crisis, so I don't know. And I'm definitely past my midlife unless I'm going to live to 125 years old. So I don't know if it's a crisis. To me, it's been an amazing and awakening. But I'm maybe not typical. I do know a lot of people who do go, and I'm sure there'd be some amazing women on here talking today who I know, who would say that some women do go through a crisis. But we're all individuals, and for me, that hasn't been the situation. But I do know a lot of women that has happened for, and I just think I don't know whether you can just look at it, if it affects you physically and mentally because of the hormone changes that you're going through, then that would be critical for people. I really do believe that then that could be absolutely critical to how they feel about themselves, how they manage their work, how they manage their family. And I do know people and women that have been through absolute burnout, and it's like they've literally had to rise from the ashes and reinvent themselves. So yes, I think for some people it is. It hasn't been for me, but I'm sure you'll hear some amazing stories on here this afternoon of people that have been through that situation.
So, Sarah, let's summarize. In that case, all the women who are listening, it may never happen. So don't manifest that. Don't worry, because when it doesn't happen, you'll get worried. When it happens, you will get worried. Cross the bridge when it comes.
I
But then
love
an
that.
add-on question, and shortly we got some expert, Fiona in Italy, in UK, I mean Fiona in UK and Julie in Italy and Wendy in UK. They will be coming shortly in a while, and we'll have a good chit chat. So Sarah, an add-on question. For those when it happens, midlife crisis, is it psychological, mental, or physiological?
I think it would be a combination of all. Because I think 100% some people have have got physical things going on in their body. And I'm with you 100% in terms of, you might not be able to overcome not thinking about it, but I have to say that our mindset is so powerful as well, and sometimes so underestimated. I know women that have healed themselves from all sorts of things through changing their mindset about things. However, if you are going through that physicality changing, then that would probably affect your mindset as well. So it's so interlinked. And I honestly have to say, I am not an expert in that area. There are some amazing experts on here today. I am not an expert. I'm not an expert in that. Do feel I'm an expert in how you manage your mind, 100%. How long you focus on things. But they could just be thoughts. If you're going through a physical, a physical change, I'm not the best person, even though I've gone through the change myself. I'm not the best person to talk about it, but and I would hold that in high esteem of women that have gone through that. So I would say it is definitely a combination. I think because the more you think about anything, the bigger it grows. So I think, I always say, think beautiful thoughts, careful what you think about. But if you're going through a physical change as well, then it
So
would
we
make a
summarize
difference.
that as a
Yeah.
combination. Do talk
Yeah.
with your friends which are very close to you. You might get some tips. Fiona shortly will be joining us as well because it's her specialist subject, which is frequencies and the future of wellness. So she will bring some tips to us. But Sarah, I come back to you now as a man. What should we learn for something about midlife crisis? What is midlife? Because people are living longer, as you say, that unless you live 125, then you might consider yourself as a midlife. So would midlife be just before perimenopause and end of menopause? Would you say that?
I think, oh, you said about from a man's perspective. But did you want
Yes,
to know like what a man
they
can do
need to
to
learn.
understand that? Yeah, I know quite a lot of men who are really, I actually know a man that talks about menopause in his workplace because he's been with his partner and she has been actually having perimenopausal and menopausal symptoms actually for nearly 20 years. So it's very important for him to understand, the things that change. And also he sees changes in himself as well. But it's very important for him to also understand, this is how it is, because when he understands that, then they have a much better relationship. So,
Absolutely.
I think and I think women should also embrace that. It's not well, this is what I'm going through, and it's none, I think if you're together in a long-term, beautiful relationship, as I am with my husband, you have to embrace it together. He got lucky because I haven't gone through what some people have to go through. But I say he got lucky, but actually, it can really make men empathetic as well to understand what it is to go through that, to understand that, there may be, and that phase doesn't have to last forever. It's just a phase you have to go through and adjust. And I think if you've got that love and respect, then you'd want to go through it and learn it. And it takes both to be supportive of each other.
So let's summarize that. It's a phase, like a phase comes in our life from our youth, right, to our last breath. So, man, if you are listening, maybe don't take this lightly. Do let your partner or your lover or your wife or your friend, let them reach out to you and be understanding. Who knows, you might be able to help them. Anjali, for next 30 seconds, your comment on this, and then Amrita, and then we go to smiling Fiona. Over to you, Anjali.
Yeah, exactly. We have to, look at everyone's viewpoints when it comes to not just about, women-led issues, but it's like men, women, your partners, everybody's viewpoint on how they're looking at middle life adventure for women, right? So I think how we behave, it impacts everybody around us. So it can be a friend, a colleagues, work colleagues, and family members. So what we do, what we put in our work, or what we put on the table is very important. And as Sarah has mentioned, and we just have to do more positive thinking and manifest what we can bring on the table, which can really contribute towards more growth of uh, us as a women, and we can contribute towards a healthy society and community.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Dr.
Thank
Anjali. I love the word you use, midlife adventure. Sarah actually mentioned that, do you think your life is finished? No way. Who knows? That's the beginning of a new, powerful, dynamic life. Dr. Amrita, your quick comment, and then we go to Fiona.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Anjali. In fact, me and Sarah had a long discussion about it. And from an Ayurveda perspective, I would definitely like to add on that when we both were discussing about things, we also found that so many things. Sarah said, "Oh, this never happened in my life," and I said, "Oh, these things have happened in so many people's lives." So, based on the constitution or the prakriti of an individual, how a person is, and his cognitive surroundings, as well as his responses in that way, may affect the hormones. It may affect the individual in his her perception about things, and that is why her responses to face those situations may also differ. So it might be possible that there are so many things that can be so cumbersome for a particular lady in a particular stage, whereas some other person, it might be just flying up like that, and she never comes to know this ever happened. But then understanding and realizing those situations, as Sarah really mentioned, will help in harnessing the relationship of her with her own self, the relationship of her with the family, and also it will give a perspective for the family to understand what is happening at this stage to their daughters, to the females, to other people. It can also happen, which they never thought this would also happen. And so it will be wonderful to take up more comments as well as to share more thoughts from other guests, Sarah. And I lovingly would like to welcome Fiona from UK. Over to you, Sarah. Thank you so much, and a global namaste, Fiona, to you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. So Fiona and I've known each other probably about 3 or 4 years, and we've realised we've never met in person, which is incredible. We've never met in person, right? But we have a very similar, not yet, but we will do. We have a very similar positive energy. We're very similar. In fact, we are exactly the same age. We're not going to say we're in our mid-60s yet, but we're not far off. But we have a gleeful, childlike curiosity for life. And actually, obviously, Fiona also works in the most amazing area of energy healing in the well-being industry. And I'm so excited that she can now be part of this incredible Healing Our Earth community, because it's been something I've loved being part of probably now for a couple of years, and it's just so beautiful. I'm so grateful that we're here together, and Fiona can now be also part of this. But what I know about the amazing Fiona is how she is a transformational energy healer and a mentor. And I love the fact that she herself helps women reconnect with themselves, release those emotional blocks. Well, some of that has to be through mindset, doesn't it? So, and return to that joy and flow through the power of frequencies. And so what I see with Fiona is she's so into, she uses ancient healing wisdom, but with modern frequency technologies. And there are some fascinating ones out there that you're going to hear about, like something called Healy, which I'd never heard about before I met Fiona. AO scan, never heard about till I met Fiona. And life wave patches, which I'd also never heard about. So, Fiona, I'm sure you're going to share some fascinating mic drop moments with us. So, yeah, thank you for being here with us. It's amazing.
I'm always delighted to be here, and it's a pleasure to be with you as well, Sarah. So thank you for inviting me here. And Amrita, I have to say, I love the chanting. I am a massive chanter. I'm always chanting. People think I'm a bit crazy, but I love chanting. So I really enjoyed that. Anyway, so I have I have sometimes a very different perspective about what you want to call this midlife. I hate the word crisis because I don't like to see anything as a crisis. I don't see it as a crisis. I think this midlife, or whatever terminology you want to use, it's quite a Western term. I lived in Asia for 10 and a half years, in Hong Kong and the Philippines, and it's quite different. You know, collectively around the world, we have different ways of expressing these terms, if you like. So I do have a slightly different aspect discussion that I could go into for hours about what you want to call it's a midlife crisis or menopause or whatever else. But what I want to share with you today is about Frequency healing, stem cells. Now, I started off my journey in 1991 when I trained as a kinesiologist, and I trained in many, many, many other modalities. And my passion right from day one was sharing with other women and men and children, which I've done for many years, how you can heal yourself naturally. So let me just ask you this, and I just want you to focus on this. Just imagine if your body could regenerate, rebalance, and realign itself naturally, not necessarily by adding anything else to it, but by activating what's already within you. Okay? So, as I said, my passion is to share how we can heal ourselves. I also love to help women reawaken that inner healing power using stem cell activation and quantum frequency healing. So I want to talk to you today about 3 tools that I have added into my business, which has changed my business completely because I don't see clients face to face anymore. I do everything either distant healing or I do it on Zoom. So how do I integrate this modern frequency, science, technology, these tools with the ancient wisdom and the knowledge that I've got for many, many years of the Chinese theories, chakras, and the way that our body really needs to come back into balance. Because at the end of the day, there are only 2 ways to live. You're either in balance or you're out of balance. And it really does not matter what you want to call this dis-ease symptom at the top. You're either in balance or you're out of balance. Okay? So what my passion is to get to the root of a problem. I don't look at treating a symptom. And these tools actually help me get to a lot of these answers a lot quicker than when I used to do a kinesiology session, believe it or not. So let me talk to you first of all about stem cells. Now, this was new to me until I found out about 18 months ago, nearly 2 years ago. I didn't really understand what stem cells were, but stem cells are the body's raw potential. They are the cells that they can change into any cell. They're the neutral cells, any cell that the body needs. They rebuild tissue, they can repair damage, they reduce inflammation, and they also keep us youthful. Now, there's a bit of a catch to this. And this was a scary thing that I found out. By the time we are in our 60s, your stem cell activity has dropped by more than 90%, which means 90% by the time you're 60-ish of your stem cells are just dormant. They've gone to sleep. So even though your body still knows how to heal itself, it just simply stops doing it the way that it used to do. Because the stem cells are not there. When we were kids, you'd fall over, you'd run around, you'd bump yourself, you would bounce up and you would heal like that. As we get older, we notice that that doesn't happen quite so easily. And that is because your stem cells are literally going to sleep. By the time you're 30, 50% are already dormant, which is not a nice thought. At 30, you still think you're in your prime. Hey ho. So this is where we start looking at frequency. Because everything in the universe vibrates. Every living thing in the universe vibrates. Your heart, your thoughts, your organs, your emotions. Now, you may have heard Tesla had said many, many, many years ago, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Now, you will know that when you feel good, when you are in balance, when your energy is flowing, your frequency is on a high level, you feel amazing. You feel healthy. You feel energetic. You sleep well. You don't have pain. You're not sick. And yet when you are out of balance, whether that's from stress, whether it's because you're in pain, whether you've got the emotions back to the old mind, whether that's just become really heavy, whether you're stressed, whether you've got injuries, you feel out of balance, out of sorts. So what if you could gently guide the body back into harmony? Because that is always our goal. not by forcing it, but by reminding it who it truly is. And this is where I want to share with you the LifeWave patches. Now, these patches, this is the X39. This is all they are. It's this tiny, tiny little patch. Now, this is a non-transdermal light-based technology that works through phototherapy. So non-transdermal, they're not like nicotine patches or hormone patches that have got a medication or drug that goes into the skin. These are non-transdermal. These patches actually use phototherapy to interact with your body's own infrared light. Very similar when you think about you go into the sun and the sun activates, it reflects onto the skin, it activates your vitamin D. These reflect specific wavelengths of light back into the skin, which then stimulates different biological processes that were either dormant or slowing down with age, back to the old stem cells. So one of the most powerful outcomes is the activation of those stem cells again. We start to say, wake up, you lazy things. Let's get you activated again so that you can then rebuild the tissue that's sort of like feeling a bit inflamed or out of balance. We can restore a function. Most importantly, it's repairing your cells from that deep cellular level. This patch, this specific X39, is actually known as it's the mother patch. It's the hero patch, as we like to call it, because this sends a light signal that encourages your body to reactivate those stem cells naturally. So it's what it's doing is simply reminding your body how to heal from the inside out. So this is light medicine, if you like, in action. It's non-invasive, drug-free, and safe. And for pain relief, it doesn't just mask the symptoms, it's getting down to regenerate and repair at the root level, which brings that lasting change, rather than taking meds, which will just kill off the symptom and the pain will probably reoccur. So we don't want to numb the pain. We want to flip the switch back to healing. So it's one patch, one signal, one light activated message at a time. And what this specific patch, the X39, does, it actually activates a peptide called GHK-Cu, which is a copper peptide, which has actually been scientifically shown to reset thousands of genes to their younger state. So that's what reignites the stem cell activity. We have about 12 patches actually, and they all activate different peptides or different processes in the body. Now, the reason I started to use these, just to give you a little story as to what changed in me, was I had a hip problem. My right hip was starting to be very, very painful. I cycle and I walk a lot and I march, I don't just waft along. I'm actually quite a fast walker. And I had this pain in my hip, which at one point started to feel as if I had bone on bone. So someone I knew had been trying to encourage me to use these for about 6 months. And I was like, oh my God, okay, I'm going to try these and see what happens. I tried them and then I added a couple of the other ones in, and literally within a few weeks, pain I had underneath my heel just disappeared. And the pain over a period of time gradually disappeared in my hip. And now maybe I get, I don't know, 5% every now and again, a little bit of pain, but I was literally hobbling. So I'm back on my bike. I'm literally walking as much as I was before. So I'm happy. I'm really happy. And I won't stop using these because I know how they've changed my life and so many other people. But it's not just about pain relief. What happens with these is when you think about your stem cells being reactivated, people have better sleep, more energy, better skin, they've got better mood. They've got a different sense of vitality that returns that maybe they haven't felt in many, many years. I've heard of many people saying that their hair's got a lot thicker. It's actually reversed the gray back into their natural color. Phenomenal things, because just think about, this is just a switch. It's turning back the clock really on what your body already knows how to do. It's reversing your age as such. So the patches are quite phenomenal. And I've been using these, as I say, for about 20 odd months or so. That's just one of the things I use. Now, the other thing, which is one of my other little, I call it my assistant, is this. Any of you know about Healy? This, oh my goodness, I call this my little best friend, actually. It's my assistant. This is a wearable frequency device that can actually scan your bioenergetic field and sends you the exact frequencies your body needs to return to balance. Now, this will scan your chakras, your meridians, all the subtle energy systems. It doesn't just, we're not just, again, focusing on symptoms. We are always looking at the root cause. I'm like an energy explorer. I want to know what is going on there. Why is that chakra out of balance? Why are those meridians out of balance? What's really going on in your energy field? Because once we understand our energy field and we understand these energy systems, we then have much deeper understanding on who we are. So this one with Little Healy, I've used it with clients to do anything and everything. It works beautifully with any emotional blocks. And of course, sometimes we don't know where our traumas always come from. So this will actually come up with a lot of our emotional issues as to where they stem from. We're not just looking at the symptoms, what's going on up here, but what's the underlying story? Because we are just a story, and this tells us a bigger story of what's going on. So I've used this with animals, I've used this with children, I've used this to clear energy in houses, all sorts of things, because again, and everything is just energy. It's subtle, but it's powerful. You don't actually need to do anything but just allow it to help you heal. And what I've noticed since I've been using this in the many years I've done, well, over 4 years now, is my vibration is on a much higher level. So I don't get sick. I don't get sick. It just doesn't happen. And if I do, maybe if I get a bit of a sniffle, which is so rarely, I use this and it's not even, it doesn't even come out. It's gone in an hour or so, if that. What I notice with this is I feel more centered, I feel more grounded, I feel lighter. I feel like, sometimes you just feel completely discombobulated. It really just brings me back into balance. And that's the power of frequency alignment. So that's my little friend, Healy. Now, another thing that I've used for the last few months, this is my latest bioresonance tool, is called the AO scan. I don't know if any of you have learned about it. I can see, Julie, you must have done. This is another phenomenal piece of technology. And this is what I see is where healing is going. It's combining the science, the incredible technology that we have, but combining that with the ancient wisdom, which is what I love. So the AO scan is, again, a non-invasive bioresonance device that uses radionics to detect different abnormalities in the various energy frequencies of the cells, the tissues, and the organs. So it's a bit like a quantum mirror. It gives us a full picture of what the body's energetic imbalances actually are. Now, what I love about the AO scan, this works with the frequency of your voice. So it's sound therapy. Just like the patches are light therapy, the AO scan works with the voice. Now, it reads your voice with a 10-second recording, and it reads your frequency field from your voice, and it can deliver us a scan of what is going on in your organs, the chakras, the meridians, your emotions, your limiting beliefs. It will even share with us if you have different food sensitivities, which many people do. So the inner voice scan is super, super powerful. We know how emotions can be affected by sound, by our voice. And if we don't deal with those, they manifest into the physical body, and that's when we get pain or dis-ease in the body. So what it's actually doing, it scans through about 2,000 different frequencies, and it will share with us the top 3 frequencies and show us the emotions that are too energized, they're out of balance, and it will also, one of the most important, will show us the emotion that is suppressed.
Amazing.
So, sorry, did someone say something?
Sorry, no, yeah, I was just saying, honestly, that is, this is so amazing, what you're sharing. And I'm just aware that
Am I going over
it's such, yes, I'm just wanted to let you know, I'm just saying that in a very, Fiona, honestly, it's incredible. There's so much to share, but I am aware that there are, like, I know, I'm sure
No
Neil
problem.
will tell me there's other speakers that have to also chat, but
Absolutely.
yeah, no, totally. will you put
Thank
your
you.
yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you,
Neil.
Sarah.
Now
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, we need to move on. Fiona,
Yep, absolutely.
you have got so much to deliver to the society. So let's
Yes.
remind people, Fiona, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
If you want to know more about Fiona and her work, it's fionagraycounseling.com.
No,
Go there. No,
no.
that's
Uh,
not you.
hang on.
if you pop your details in the chat for us.
I'll put it all in the chat and then
yeah.
Fiona Clark, we want, isn't it? Fiona Clark.
Yeah,
We've
Fiona
got
Clark, yeah.
Genesizer.
Yeah, Fiona Clark, the Zenergizer. If you're live streaming, you won't be able to see the chat, but yeah.
Fiona, I'll be very interested in knowing how you are using these gadgets and how they're working for this. This would definitely
Absolutely.
be
Yeah, I'm more than
part of
happy.
my-
So
and
Yeah,
also to do and take up some research on that, which will be very interesting to do some studies related.
absolutely. Yeah, you know, and the bottom line is really is what I want people to understand is that the body is designed to heal itself. Doesn't matter
Yes.
what age at all. I don't think age has got anything to do with it. For me, it's not about the age, it's about how much vitality you actually have. And
So
that's
Fiona, can you mention your website, please? Is it
yes, of course.
fionaclark.co.uk?
That's correct. Yeah. Fiona Clark without an E. So FIONACLARK .co.uk.
Superb. There you go. And Fiona, just before we move to
Yep.
Brooke, one tip for men to understand women.
To understand women, to communicate.
So there you are. It's very
Communicate
simple.
effectively, because that's really where all of our issues really come from, is for the lack of communication. And it's not just it's effective communication. And I think it's not about talking, it's also about hearing and listening what is not being said very often.
So the men, if you are listening, what Fiona is suggesting, don't just give time, but listen, digress,
Here.
and hear. Women love if the man listens to them and hear, then it helps the relationship much better. Fiona, thank you very much.
You're
Stay
most
around, we'll still chit chat. And Sarah, let's welcome Brooke.
yay! Hello, Brooke.
Hi.
Another epic woman who I've actually only known for about 3 weeks. But do you know what? Sometimes you just meet people and you think, yeah, we're another couple of crazy midlife lunatics and we're loving everything we're doing. We had so much in common when we met each other on virtual via LinkedIn. And once again, you know, we look at life lightly, and we've got loads of in common from not believing in ourselves when we were younger, but now actually smashing it and having the best time ever. So but it's so wonderful to have you part of Healing Our Earth. It is an amazing global community, as I'm sure you're getting the vibe for, and just incredible events and opportunities to just connect with people, beautiful people that are so into healing at every level of people, and obviously our earth, which is amazing, from all around the world. So it's just a beautiful place. And obviously I have only met Brooke about a couple of weeks ago, but we've already done some LinkedIn Live together. We've already been chatting, we've collaborated, we've shared stuff. Because I think that's the other thing, you know, when you, like I was saying, when you find your tribe, when you find that vibe, you lift each other up, and that has to be good, as Fiona would agree, with your energy levels, your vibrational levels, and how you feel about yourself. So this is what I know about Brooke. So Brooke is an amazing coach, therapist, speaker, a best-selling author, who went from being scared. So like me, from shy to shining, she went from totally scared to stage, to talking on stages and helping people present on stages, by literally changing her belief system from one that held her back to one that now is literally propelling her forward like no one else. I'm sure we're still 25. Brooke, take it away. You're absolutely amazing.
Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Thank you for that intro as well. And it's like Sarah said, I'm a very big believer in your belief system, because what we believe about will either hold us back or will propel us forward. And I spent many years with a narcissistic mother being told I was useless, worthless, would never amount to anything, and she wished I'd have died at birth. So as you can imagine, my belief system growing up was absolutely rubbish. I had no self-esteem, no confidence whatsoever. And then I ended up in a narcissistic relationship, and thought, actually, the common thread here is me. I need to do something about how I feel about me. to then change the people I have around me. So I then embarked on a journey into my mindset. And then I got interested in finding out how the body actually stores stuff and working with that and working with my inner child and realizing our inner child runs the show, whether we like it or not. If our inner child is happy, so if any of you are on here and drive a car and I say to you, can you pop down the shop and get some milk? You'd be, yeah, sure, no problem. Jump in your car and go. But if I asked you to do something that you're not sure of and you've never done before, or you've done before and it was a disaster, your inner child would go, whoa, no, we're not doing that. And you would either procrastinate, you would either find some way of self-sabotaging that and not actually do that. So I'm on a mission to let everybody know about how our inner child works and how it runs the show. And we have a thing called protector parts that actually come in and protect our inner child. And that can be anything from perfectionism, procrastination, self-sabotage, anxiety, depression, emotional eating, sadness. All these emotions come up because it's our inner child's way of giving us feedback and letting us know that she doesn't feel right or he doesn't feel right. And we need to really connect with that. And me connecting with my inner child was like, that. I know it sounds a bit cliche, but it was like the missing piece of the puzzle. It's like, oh, this all makes sense now. Because my coach said to me once, go do a Facebook Live on your personal profile. And looking back, it was like it took me weeks to do that. I procrastinated over everything, thinking, no, I've got to do this. This is more important. Even to that point of, that kitchen drawer that we've all got that's got a bit of a mess in with the odd pen top, a paper clip, and a elastic band. I don't know why there's always an odd pen top in there. I decided that was more important to do than actually do the Facebook Live that would have helped my business. But it came to find out my inner child was like scared to speak out because when I spoke out as a child, I got into trouble. And so I work a lot with people to say, help them with their inner child. And it's when we realize our inner child's running the show and we're getting feedback instead of thinking, I'm a procrastinator or I'm a perfectionist. Actually, no, we're not. We have a part of us that procrastinates and comes up, or a part of us that's a perfectionist that comes up. So it's really working with our inner child that does the change. It makes that real permanent change. Because if we work on the surface level, we are just like kind of like putting a band-aid over or a plaster over it, depending on which country you're in, but we're not actually dealing with what's going on underneath. And what's going on underneath is the real stuff that we need to deal with. And that's the stuff I help people with and deal with. So once we can do that, then our whole world changes and we can do the things we want to do, speak out and help heal everybody else in the world. And that's why I'm on a mission, because I want that ripple effect to help everybody. So if I can help people that are great at doing the things to help people to feel better about themselves, then the world is going to be a better place for us all to live in. And that's why I'm really, really passionate about this. And I'm going to keep it really short because I want to try and get us all back on time as well. So I'm very conscious of time and things. But if anybody would like to ask me any questions about the inner child or connect with me, feel free to. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm very, very passionate about it. And I'm very conscious of the time because I could talk about this stuff for absolutely hours, but it is our inner child. So whenever you want to go and do something and you suddenly feel, oh no, I can't do that. That's your inner child going, excuse me, I'm kind of scared and I need reassurance. And it's connecting back with your inner child that will help you to move forward. And I'm sure we've all heard the book and the saying, feel the fear and do it anyway. Whereas I'm more about feel that fear, notice it come up, process that fear, and then go and enjoy doing the thing that you want to do instead of doing it in fear. Because like Fiona says, our energy and stuff, if we're got an energy of like fear and scarcity and worry, it's not going to help us to heal ourselves or to help anybody else around us as well. So actually, no, don't feel the fear and do it anyway. Feel the fear, process it, find out where that fear's come from, change that story, then go on, enjoy doing the things you want to enjoy. Like when I first started talking on stage, when I was at the back of the hall getting mic'd up, I thought, my head wants to do this logically. My body's going, no, this is too scary. My heart was pounding. I felt sick. My palms were sweating. I thought, this doesn't feel right. I'm not in alignment here somehow. My body seems to be fighting my head, and this is all wrong. But once I realized what my inner child was doing, and it's my inner child that was absolutely feeling the fear and the panic, even though logically I know I've got the skills and the knowledge to talk on stage, my inner child's going, yeah, but we're not safe. We're not safe. Because if we speak out, we're going to get into trouble. So I had to then reassure my inner child, actually, yes, I've got this. I'm the adult now, and it is safe for me to go and speak on stage. So the next time you feel a bit dubious about something, yes, we all have the natural fears, the natural nerves, sorry, when we go and do something new because we're human beings. But if it's that stage where it's stopping you from doing stuff, like, oh, I really want to do this, but no, I feel sick and I can't do it, so I'm going to go and do this instead. Oh, I'm going to go get distracted by this shiny object or whatever. That is because your inner child is scared. She doesn't either feel good enough, loved or worthy or important. And so she or he will hold you back from doing whatever you want to do. So next time you go to do something and you feel scared about it, and you stop doing it for some reason, check in with your inner child, because that's where the crux of the issue will be. So there you go. 1 minute past 3. Is that okay, Sarah?
So
Wow.
you can carry on a bit. It's okay because we've got a buffer time as well. Maybe we can take some questions from
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
our in-house team as well. So Brooke, you obviously you guide people through their inner child syndrome. And you've just said that don't be fearful, go visit what we call is a journey within yourself. So if you can find your soul and yourself, maybe it helps you better. Sarah, your comments so far from Brooke, and let's see if Amrita or Anjali has got any comment as well. There is Lata who wants to ask a question. Lata, go ahead and ask your question. Over.
Yeah. Has anybody? Well, I just what I've learned, and I know I thought I knew all about the inner child, Brooke, but what I've learned since I met you was actually to embrace it, not to embrace that actually, rather than just think, oh, I used to be like that. I'm pushing it away and pretending it doesn't
Yeah.
exist. Because what you've shared, and I've learned a bit more again now today, is actually it's so entrenched in us and it should be celebrated. It doesn't have to be something that we're like, oh no, I can't look at that, I can't do that. Because if we just acknowledge, oh, that was me when I was 6, that was me when I was 9, that was me when I was 10,
Yeah.
then we can just go, that's okay, I'll give you a hug, but this is me now doing it at this age. I've found that really quite revelationary. So thank you so much for bringing it out in that
Let's
way.
take a
So
quick question from Lata and then we'll move to the next contributor. Lata, quick question from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. It's really intriguing, this self-care subject, and quite exciting. I just wanted to address the fact that, Brooke, when you said about the book, Feel the Fear and Do It
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it didn't resonate with me. It didn't help me the way it was supposed to. It didn't make sense, but I like what you've deciphered, that we should listen and go through the process, listen
Yeah.
to our inner child, and then enjoy it and celebrate
Yeah.
it and
What a
embrace
better way to do it?
Yeah, that makes so much more sense, and
Yeah.
it goes with the flow, doesn't it? And
Mm.
that's what I felt was very helpful. And thank you for bringing that to the surface and to the light, because that's how I felt very uncomfortable about that. And I think the inner child is something we need to really focus on a bit more and listen to it, because it whispers. And
It does.
sometimes we tell it, go away, or we can't stop now, I've got to do this, I've got to do that. But actually go within and give ourselves that time and listen and really say, I'm going to take care of you. I'm really
Yeah.
going to show you love. You deserve to be loved, and you're lovable, and all those wonderful affirmations, So I think, yeah, we might pretend, or we might fool ourselves sometimes, that it's not really being a child. But actually, I think there were a lot of points where I picked up that I was overlooking. And I think a lot of people would benefit from your words.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
You so
you.
much.
Thank you, Lata. So that was Lata acknowledging some of the moments. Amrita, a quick 1 minute summary before we go to Smiling Wendy, who's ready and the next contributor for us. And Brooke, if people want to connect to you, any social media handle or any website?
Yeah, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, or they can email me at brooke@brookebounds.com. And I do actually do a complimentary 20-minute call if anybody would like to have a chat about their inner child. And I'll put my details in the chat for anybody if they want to connect with me.
Yes, so people are actually only contributors here. The people are listening in the YouTube, Facebook, and the website. So she is on LinkedIn, Brooke Brown, Bounds, Bownes. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Yes, the breakthrough queen. There we
Yes,
are,
breakthrough queen,
Amrita.
yes. I
What
help
do you
Yeah,
people
think?
break through their old beliefs that hold them back.
Yes, Amrita, what do you think about our queen?
yeah, the Queen is really magnificent and definitely your approach to see this is what is the beauty of holding these programs. So on one topic, we have so many perspectives. If you look at it, Sarah, how we had been discussing, whereas when Fiona discussed about energy healings, Brooke talked about the inner child and exploring the inner child within you, and then these kind of things are virtually helping you to explore and understand yourself, to also get guided by your inner energies that guide you to take you and make you more stronger in the times when you say that, oh, things were pretty well, but now they aren't. But then now how to tackle them, and then using them as the medications and those beautiful assets that life has given you, and evolving them to bring them at forefront, which might you have lost at some stage of life, might also really be very, very helpful. And this also reminds me sometimes, Sarah and Brooke, as well as Wendy, when I was thinking about it, that when we become our grandparents, and when we play with our grandchildren, I think the the grandparents virtually find that little childhood of theirs within the grandchildren. And when they start involving with them, sometimes it helps them to give them a push to get a ray of hope of knowing and learning from them. And it's the journey of learning whomsoever we learn from, wherever the situations are. So when you talk about that inner child of yourself, that is also harmonizing your energy and healing your energies from within. And I think covering up your fears and letting your fears go, this approach can be a very beneficial approach in facing and finding solutions to the problems of your life.
Thank you.
So
Let's go to Wendy for women who want to rock and but not in a chair. And I don't know what she has got lined up for the men, but over to you, Sarah.
Oh, well, every time I think of Wendy, she makes me smile because when I first met her, I met Wendy through our Wow Women on Winning, which is a global online event that I run every month, Wow Women on Winning. I think it was just when I found out that Wendy's company was called Refirement, not Retirement. That
yeah,
made me laugh anyway. And then when she said about women who want to rock, it can be men as well. She's creating a global movement. Men can be part of it too. For women and men who want to rock life, but not in a rocking chair. I was like, oh yeah, this is my kind of vibe. And Wendy would probably say, like me, yeah, we probably are going through our midlife. As I say, unless we live to 40 years old. So Wendy and I have only known each other a couple of months, but how she wants to empower that is billions of people around the world that are in this age group. She'll tell you more about it in a minute. But I mean, that is powerful. So I love when Wendy says that she is a woman who lives a double life. By daytime, she's an award-winning business strategist. She's a futurist, which I love. We need to look to the future as well as living in the now. And she's an author. And she's working with later life female entrepreneurs. So that's what she does during the day. And then by night, her alter ego is Wendy Charlton. She takes over and she writes espionage thrillers. Wendy, you have certainly got it all going on in midlife. I don't know if this is courage, crisis, whatever it is, but take it away. We can't wait to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and good good day, good afternoon to everybody. My name's Wendy Garcars, and thanks for that lovely introduction. And I suppose really I'm here today as the after picture. So we've seen the before about women and men heading into middle age. I'm definitely on the other side of that barrier. So I'm 65 at the moment. And my view around all of this, particularly around self-care during middle age, is about the fact that it isn't just the physical that we need to be thinking about. It is the mindset that we have, and it's about our ability to live our lives congruently. So I want to get people to not think about middle age, but to start thinking about it as a second act. Midlife isn't the beginning of the end, and lots of people view it like that. Are you slowing down? When are you thinking of retiring? What are you going to do when you give up work? Those sort of phrases that people use when you are going through midlife. For me, it's the end of my beginning. So it's the sort of second act where my real story begins and our real story begins. And so if you think about the fact, we've already heard this already, that lots of people talk about it as a crisis. That's not my view of it at all. I don't see midlife as a crisis to be navigated. Neither do I see menopause as a disease to be cured. I think these are phases that we go through. And living our life, we're training ourselves to go through these experiences and come out at the other end, hopefully older, wiser, and able to contribute, to leave something behind. For me, middle age then was a life stage that was to be welcomed and to be explored and to be exploited. Because during that time, you've got the best of everything. You've usually got reasonable health, you've got a lot of energy, you've got a family around you, you've got a support mechanism, you've got relationships in your life, you've got skills and things that you've gathered along the way. You're at your best possible position in life to do something with that, something that makes a difference. And so when I was thinking about this, I sort of view life generally as a play, that if you go to the theatre and you see a play, usually you see it in three acts. And so for me, Act One is the setup of the story. These are our formative years where we gather together the knowledge, the skills, the experiences. We develop who we are as people, as our personality. We're constructing a toolkit, and that toolkit carries us throughout the rest of our life. And sometimes the tools get old and worn and we have to replace them. But we always have favourites that we really take care of, that favourite tool that we have. And our lives are like that. The things that we go through, the elements that we pick up as we're going through this formative stage are the ones that stand us in good stead for the later stages of our life. It felt like when I was going through this formative stage for me, it felt like I was going through life picking up the pieces of a puzzle. But I didn't know what the picture was. I had no idea what picture I was trying to put together. I just knew that that piece would be important or that piece would be important. And so in this first act, what I was doing was gathering everything that I needed to be able to complete that journey. Act Two then, which I think was the middle-aged bit, the middle bit of life, in a play, that is where the main story takes place, where we explore what has happened, what's happening to the characters, how the situation is forming, what the challenges will be, what the assets that we've got are that we can utilise, how we can solve problems, how we can fix things, really. And I definitely see middle age like that as a sort of stage of life. It's the time in our lives where we can explore what those opportunities are. And the difficulty is that sometimes when you're going through life, through middle life, you're not always aware of stuff. You're so busy dealing with the minutiae of life. You don't always look out for the right things. It's like if I said to you, when you were out and about yesterday, how many red cars did you see on the road? Or how many people with dark hair did you see? Or how many dogs did you see while running along the road, or whatever it is? And you would probably have a guess at that, but you weren't tuned into that yesterday. So you would have seen things that you didn't necessarily notice or commit to memory. I think that that is how we go through life with opportunities. I think unless we're mindful that we are out looking for opportunities, they pass us by. And I think that one of the differences between people who live that middle life to the full and ones who don't, who maybe feel like life's passing them by, or they're not getting out of that phase of life what they want, is that they're not necessarily looking for the right things. And that is a choice that you can make. We make a choice in Act Two of our lives about what we are looking for and what we focus on. And so for me, when I'm talking to people about middle life, I encourage them to keep an eye out for those opportunities, for the things that will give you joy. We have a phrase around, do you know what floats your boat? Do you know what makes you happy? Do you know what inspires you? Do you know what you're good at? All of those things, if you focus on keeping an eye out and being mindful and recognizing when you come across those things, then you can incorporate them into your life. If you don't look out for those things, you'll be passing them by and you'll be missing those opportunities. So for me, middle life is your second act. It's your turning point where your wisdom meets that possibility, those opportunities in life. And it's more than just about mindset. It's about being congruent. It's about living your life mindfully, knowing that this is what you're here to do. This is what you've been put on the earth to do. These are the things you need. These are the opportunities that you're going to capture. This is your potential that you are going to realize. If you live that middle portion of your life, knowing all of those things, being aware of all of those things, and acting on all of those things, that's about living a congruent life. And for me, the people that I see around me that live that congruent life don't suffer from burnout. They don't suffer from stress. They don't suffer from overwhelm because they're living their life in that mindful way and they're giving themselves exactly what they need. But in order to do this, you have to live your life boldly. You have to live your life in a memorable way. And it can be really energizing to do this. It can also be exhausting. But it's exhausting in a wonderful way because you're always engaged. You're always interested. And there's always something going on to engage you and to inspire you. So living your life like this it means it speeds up very often. It doesn't slow down. But also for me, it's about ensuring that you use this time to learn. And I am a lifelong learner. I think that learning is a vital part of keeping us young. I think that we don't grow old. I think that we get old when we stop growing and when we stop learning. And so for me, midlife, middle age is a massive opportunity for personal development, for learning who you are, what you like to do, how you can help people, for reflecting on what life has brought for you and what it will still hold for you, and then taking action. For me, age has nothing to do with ambition or passion or purpose. These things transcend age. So for me, I'm in my third act now, which is that moment in time when the story comes together, where you get to find out what happens in the end. And so for me, my act three is my legacy, and I used my middle age to create an absolute certainty about what my legacy will be. So at the moment, I'm 65, and I'm living my best life. I do what I want when I want to do it. I do only the things that bring me joy and feed my soul. I don't waste time on negativity, on people, social media, relationships, or work. I surround myself by positivity, and that is a conscious choice for me. Because I'm building my legacy, my purpose is that I want to leave this world a little better than when I came into it. And so I have to have a purpose. And my purpose is refinement, which is the organisation, the global movement that I've set up for women entrepreneurs in their second and third acts. And the reason I focus predominantly on women is that essentially there are stereotypes and outdated limiting beliefs that mean that women in those circumstances have a more difficult journey than many men do. And so I want to remove some of those stereotypes. I want to remove some of those barriers. So in order to do that, I needed to create a global movement. And I did a TED talk about the research that I'd done in this area, and refinement came out of that TED talk. And essentially, we are a membership organisation that is about redefining what retirement for women should look like in the 21st century. I do think actually it is about redefining what retirement looks like generally, because I think we're all aging differently, and I think there are opportunities for people in that second and third act that they just didn't exist a generation ago. So I think we've all got to get our heads around this. But for me, my legacy is about creating an environment where we can champion those women business owners, showcase their talents, their achievements, their successes, and a place where we can lift each other up and give back and pay things forward. Because one of the difficulties we have is that very often, if we're action focused, we just focus on getting the job done, and then we move on to the next thing, and we move on to the next thing. We don't often spend time celebrating the wins and the achievements that we've managed to complete. But the reality is, if we're not recognizing those, if we're not championing, if we're not celebrating those, nobody else knows about them. So we're not creating the role models for people who come after us to do the same sort of stuff. Another thing that refinement is about is influencing policymakers and commercial companies to do better by women, because in a lot of cases, the products, the services that we buy are actually designed by men for men, and we sort of have to make them fit and around us. We are a bona fide buying community. We are a market in our own right. And actually, commercial companies could do better to best meet our needs and understand the journeys that we go through. And it would be great for people to be able to understand that and put pressure on people to make things that are more likely to fit our needs. But what I'm really about is creating a home, a tribe, a sisterhood for women who want to rock, but not in a chair. So my parting act for you today is to ask you how your second act is going. Do you know what fires you up? Can you describe the difference that you're making by just being here? Are you clear on the legacy that you want to leave? And if you say no to any of those questions, then that's your starting point. Start to understand where you're at, what your second act is for. Please don't leave it until the curtain call before you work out what the plot of your life is. Thank you.
Wendy, what a passionate personality you are, beaming with a smile, full of confidence, and you have fired people up. I love your website, refireman.biz. So if you want to learn more about Wendy, who always says women who want to rock, connect to her. And for the men, she's going to find something very soon so the men can come and enjoy women who are rocking as well. Anjali, you were beaming with a smile. What did you think of Wendy's delivery?
Wow, it's fabulous and something very, unique to learn from, and really empowering for women and bringing together communities and really talking about things which mean for women to, think more and get better at thinking also of all the things, which you have mentioned. Really, really fabulous. Thank you, Wendy. And we'll connect on a longer talk maybe someday.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Amrita, you were beaming with a smile as well, and Wendy gave assurance to people that get your fire back in your life if you want to move on. What do you think, Amrita?
Yeah, actually, Wendy, I was looking forward to meet you because Sarah had already told me about your refinement, and so the refinement is very good. And I was, in fact, very happy that day when she was discussing about you and when I came to know about it. And I think a lot of people need this thing to know about how they can refine themselves with the next stage of their life, and how um the life can be so rocking in such a beautiful way. And this perspective or and approach that you have taken is adding up a very beautiful petal to the wonderful flower that we are grooming today, isn't it, Sarah? How diverse the approaches are and how beautiful these kind of things are. And everyone, uh, whosoever has joined us in yet, have given a very nice flow of the approach where we can feel the fragrance of how these things can be managed and how we can talk about these things, find solutions to them. And it's not just about your own way to just get demoralized about things. I know so many women who, with this middle-aged stuff, are unable to handle their physical, emotional, personal, social, professional lives, and then it just becomes a very topsy-turvy situations where they find that what's happening, and things were smoother a while ago and now things have changed. And then for a women getting aged is also one of the very big stigmas, that she never wants her to be in that. And with these kind of stuff coming with a little with the little salt and peppers here and there, and the salt and peppers in their life coming with the hormones, it definitely becomes a little challenging. May not everybody might not be experiencing, but those who really experience know the harsh realities. And then for them, providing these solutions and giving them the opportunities to see, it's not just the end, it's not the retirement, it's actually the refinement to work on. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Isn't it a wonder that women give birth to humanity? They nurture the communities, and they go through so many emotions and hormonal changes and everything. And yet, look at the powerful women we've got just here at Healing Our Earth and in other women empowerment sectors. I feel women are slightly ahead of men. And when it comes to empowerment, you don't need equality with men. You are a touch better than any man. Let us travel and leave India, America, and mainland. You can go to Italy, where our Julie is waiting for us. Sarah, tell us a bit more about Julie. And Julie, don't worry, you've got full 15, 20 minutes. Just chill and enjoy yourself. And over to you, Fiona. Sarah, over to you for Julie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That was amazing. Yeah, thank you, Wendy. Absolutely incredible. Putting a love smile on my face. So yeah, well, yes, Julie. Julie is in Italy. She's not that far from Lake Garda and the beautiful city of Verona. I have only met Julie last week. I'll tell you what, talk about the second act. I don't know about the second act, Wendy, but I'm in the biggest act of my life at the moment. I'm meeting so many incredible women all in one week. But yes, Julie and I were introduced through a mutual friend of ours called Priyanka Mishra, who actually runs an amazing also women's empowerment movement called Fuchsia. Also based out, she is also based in India. So amazing. We need to connect all these healing our earth and empowering women threads. So yeah, Julie and I met. We've got so much in common around well-being, mindset, and yeah, just the whole thing of, well, as Julie says, pausing for power, which I absolutely love, and is way more experienced in talking about menopause than definitely me. But what I do know about Julie from our lovely chat and meeting, and I'm sure we're going to have many more, is actually being a certified holistic health practitioner, a master health coach, a menopause coaching specialist, And I love the fact that she is the founder of Fabulous Beyond 40. So this is very much in line with all of our vibe, everybody, I think. And that is for whether you're a man or woman, in my view. But she helps currently women over 40 navigate the twists and turns of midlife with confidence, clarity, and compassion. And that has to be compassion to ourselves, I'm sure. And also really known for her seriously brilliant, we chat for ages, her brilliantly down-to-earth wisdom and empowering approach. So Julie is always here to challenge the way we think about menopause and to show us how to turn the pause into a powerful new beginning. So everything's just so beautifully aligned today. So thank you, Julie. I'm so excited to have you here with us at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much. And thank you for that beautiful introduction. I'm very humbled. Today's talk is about menopause, yes, but it's about more than that. It's about power. And I'm not going to take time to share my own menopause story, but let's just say I didn't have a very good experience. Even though I was already qualified as a health coach and a holistic health practitioner, I had no idea. It really just hit me in the middle of a dinner in the Italian Alps one day, and I thought, "What, me? I'm only 50. I'm not old enough for menopause. That's for old ladies." But I just didn't see it coming because there was no roadmap. It's why I do what I do today, because I realized then, with all my education and training, if I had no idea what was happening to my body, how are other women supposed to navigate this, right? I mean, we get the talk for puberty, and it comes with a guidebook and school lessons. Certainly in the US, we have classes about our health and how our bodies change. But menopause comes with, you know, maybe silence or dismissal or really whispered conversations. And that is simply not acceptable. So, what menopause isn't? Let's start out with that. Menopause is not an illness or a health condition. This is a normal life stage. If you have or have ever had functioning ovaries, you are going to experience menopause directly in your body. If you do not have or have never had functioning ovaries, you are going to know someone, be related to someone, or somehow otherwise be associated with someone who is going to experience menopause. So unless you're a monk on a mountaintop who has never seen a female human being in your entire life, menopause will affect you. And I love the idea that we're talking about what can men do, because this is really important that we open up this conversation and normalize it. It breaks my heart that doctors get no education in medical school about menopause other than to understand some very basic things. And over 30% of women are misdiagnosed by their doctors as having depression or anxiety when they're actually experiencing perimenopausal symptoms, but they just don't know. So women are medicated first and looked at lifestyle later, and most women are perceived by male doctors as exaggerating, being overly emotional when we go in with these health issues and health complaints. But this is really normal. Menopause is one day. And I think that's something a lot of people don't know. When you have gone 365 days without a menstrual cycle, that next day is your menopause day. Woohoo, ovaries, you're officially in retirement. But perimenopause is the period leading up to that menopause day, and that can last for anywhere from 10 to maybe even 15 years. So that's when our bodies start going through these massive hormonal fluctuations, but we don't think about it because, you know, 40s were way too young for this, like I did. Everything that happens after that menopause day until the day you die is postmenopause. And our bodies are continually changing throughout that entire time with health risks that may be silent, but definitely increasing because of the loss of estrogen that we have. So it's a really important thing to understand that this isn't just about symptoms, right? Would you ignore your health for half of your lifespan? Because that's what so many women are doing. There are estrogen receptors in every single one of our body systems. So when we lose the estrogen production from our ovaries, we still retain some of that in our body fats, and our adrenals can play a part in that as well. But hormones affect everything: our cognitive health, our moods, our sleep, our metabolism, our muscle mass, our bone density, our libido, skin, hair, everything. So I look at menopause as a powerful transition. This is a call to rise into that next phase of life. And I love that everybody's talking about this today because it really is about powerful transformation. Now, when I co-founded Fabulous Beyond 40 with another coach, his name is James Ellis. And when we work with our clients, we use a 360-degree approach to health because we are whole people with whole lives. We can't just look at symptoms or nutrition or one particular part of our lives. So we use 4 pillars to coach what we call vibrant health. They are think, eat, move, and live, because we need to keep things simple. Life is complicated enough. So if you really want to know what proper, true self-care looks like, we're going to talk about each one of these individually. The first pillar is think. We've talked a lot about mindset. I've heard some great people talking about this so far already today. When you shift your mindset, you shift your experience. Now, you can call it mindset, you can call it perspective, whatever it is the lens through which you view yourself, your life, your health, the world around you, and it drives everything else we do. So what I like to ask our clients is, think about, who are you becoming? What is it that she enjoys doing? What does her life look like? What does it feel like to be her? Because this is your midlife redefinition. It's not a slow fade into obscurity, right? What might you need to let go of? What boundaries might need to change now? What might you need to do in order to become her? These are the things we want to think about. What do you want the second half of your life to look like? Because menopause can last for a third to a half of our lifespan, and you get to choose that. And to me, that's really exciting, but it's also a big responsibility because nobody else can do it for you, right? That's why I've called this talk the pause for power, because this can be the most powerful phase of your life if you choose to make it that. Then we look at the eat pillar. This is our second pillar. Food has so many different meanings for us, right? It's cultural, it's social, it's emotional, but ultimately it's the way we fuel our body. And we get so focused on this diet mentality and this diet culture. The diet industry is worth tens of billions of dollars a year because they don't create solutions, they create customers. And you cannot white knuckle your way through these hormonal changes on coffee and carbs, or giving up entire food groups, or spending all of your time putting everything you eat into an app to see how many calories you had today. It's about nourishing your body in the way that it needs, and that's going to look very different for everybody. Ultimately, the commonalities are, we need to look at protein, especially at this phase of life, getting ample protein, fiber, hydration, keeping our blood sugar balanced. It's a lot of different things, and many different factors are going to determine what your specific body needs. We have to look at your overall health. How do you sleep? How do you manage your stress? How do you recover? What's your environment like? That could be anything from your workspace to your home, to your town, to your county, to the global sphere. What are your genetics like? I mean, there's so many different factors that are involved. So we have to look at this from an individual perspective, and we don't believe in any of these one-size-fits-all approaches because we're all different in one way or another. So when we look at the move pillar, we're looking at physical strength. Movement and strength are independence. You see people becoming frail as they age, they stop moving. We have to look at movement as medicine because it really is. It's going to keep our joints healthy, give us energy. It supports our cognitive health again. It's a great way to manage stress, but it's not about running harder. Our bodies need a different kind of movement during this life stage. So a lot of times women go for hours on the treadmill, or they're big into CrossFit or HIIT workouts, the high intensity interval training. But that is a kind of stress on our body when we're already stressed. I mean, I don't think I've talked to a single woman who doesn't have a reasonably high level of stress in her life at this phase. So we need to move in a way that supports our body, that we enjoy, so that we'll continue doing it. We want to move because we can, not because we have to. And you've probably heard the phrase, right? We don't grow old. We don't stop moving because we grow old. We grow old because we stop moving. And then the live pillar. This is all the things that are non-physical. I call this the integration pillar. We look at joy and rest and creativity and play and nervous system support, purpose, right? Self-care is not selfish, it's strategic. I believe personally that it is your number one responsibility in life. It allows you to give from a place of vibrant energy, positivity, and meaning rather than giving people what's left of you at the end of the day because you haven't taken the time to take care of yourself. And the people around you love you. They want you to take care of yourself. So there should be no guilt associated with it. And this might mean saying no to certain things that don't serve you. I know Wendy was talking about that. Very, very important. So that you can say yes to the things that do. And when you learn how to set those boundaries and protect them, you can be much more present and able to give to others as well. So we have to drop this sense of martyrdom and pick up the magic of looking after ourselves. So just final thoughts. I look at menopause as a power surge. It's a reset, right? We have a lifetime of wisdom and experience, and we get to choose what the next half looks like. And it isn't something that we need to be afraid of. When we understand it, we stop fearing it. And when we can stop fearing it, we start owning it. And this is your permission slip to own it because it's yours. So I would love to connect with you and hear about your own experiences. Please feel free to reach out. I can give you my contact details. fabulousbeyond40.com. The number 40 is our website. We also have a podcast that we broadcast weekly, and that is called Empower Your Menopause. And I'm on LinkedIn and Instagram. Just please note that Julie has no E. And I just like to say a huge thank you to Healing Our Earth and Glow Women Global for this amazing event, and to Sarah for inviting me to be part of it. So before I go, I just want to say, and before I answer questions, I just want to say, take a pause, take a breath, and remember who you are because you are amazing. Thank you.
Julie,
Lovely.
absolutely correct, Julie. One should always take pause in whole day, every hour. If you take certain pause and breathe deeply, your mind will be fed with oxygen. You will be able to think more clearly. When you are calm, then you can think clearly. If you get angry, upset, revengeful, annoyed, stressed, maybe spend time with yourself with breathing deeply, calm down, and be yourself again so you can make the right decision. So, Julie, you did that. You were cool to that. You just kept quiet and delivered what you wanted to deliver. So, Amrita, let's have a comment over a minute for Julie's presentation before we will go back to India with our another guest who is lined up over there. So, Amrita, your comment before we go to Dr. Smita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, and lovely, Julie. That's very nice, and I would definitely like to connect with you on the podcast. And the fabulous 40s that you are sharing is really wonderful, because what you have learned from your life and how you kindle others' life and bring a flame of ray of hope to other people. I think these are the things that involve women empowerment. And at these episodes of Glow Women, we always try to bring on those women who are really the torchbearers for the society, who can really share their experiences in a way that can bring a beautiful light and a ray of hope in others' life. And all those women who face these kind of situations, who feel, oh, now what to do and what all things are happening, there's so much and so beautiful the life can be. And it's not just the end, it's the fabulous new beginning from your 40s to the
Yes.
next 40s that you will be cheering up with. And I think that's a very beautiful start. And really, from all the Healing Our Earth family, as well as everyone, I really wish you a very good luck and best wishes, and whatever best we can do. In combination of that, we'd like to invite you all, Sarah. It's really wonderful to have so many beautiful guests from your side specifically, and a bunch of thanks to you as well, because we had been discussing for an hour on all that stuff, and hearing all of you, it's really remarkable to get a note of these kind of resonating words that will help people to improve their lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's amazing, Sarah, what you have done just in a short space of time, you and Amrita, and all the guests that who came here, Julie, Wendy, Fiona, all the guests who are here, you are now part of Healing Our Earth family. At Healing Our Earth, we have got no boundaries, no gender bias, no community bias, no race bias, no language bias. We are all one big family for unity, harmony, love, peace, joy, and particularly sharing information globally, free online. So we love you all. Still stay around because we are still traveling different countries. Shortly, we go back to India where Dr. Smita Chandra is waiting as well. So Sarah, very well done. Julie, thank you very much for being part of it. Wendy, Smiling Wendy, Anjali, who is again a part of the course team, and Sarah, you co-hosted very well. So as usual, and you're part of Healing Our Earth family for quite a while time as well now. So Amrita, let's go back to India and welcome our smiling Dr. Smita Chandra. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. And it's time to move to India, Dr. Anjali, as we all are in the same time zones. Let's welcome Dr. Smita. Dr. Smita Chandra runs Chandra Nursing Home at Varanasi. She is a graduate in the medicine, as well as her expertise is in gynecological laparoscopy, hysteroscopy, intrauterine surgeries, high-risk obstetrics, as well as endometric surgery. And she is being awarded with various awards as a Health Icon Award in 2020, as well as many other awards and fellowship on her credits. So here we are with Dr. Smita, and a big thanks to Dr. Meenal as well for making this possible. I know you are there. Dr. Smita, your perspective, you have been hearing so many women, they have their own way of providing solutions as well as dealing with the things. We see these kind of situations in India also very absurd sometimes, where the women, especially the Asian women in the strata of the societies, where they are quite occupied with the family pressures, and if they are professional or they are working somewhere, all these things are not even being discussed, or they think, oh, what will happen if I share something like this? The things will turn very, very absurd in the society, whether people will accept, my husband will listen to me, or the family will know about it, will it be acceptable? So what are your takes on that? And how do you recommend people, especially women who are at this premenopausal stage? Because one of the basic prices and the topics that we are going to touch today with you is about the premenopausal things in relation to heavy bleeding. And so this kind of thing, which can sometimes become so unmanageable in the life of a woman, that it just makes her land up to be very sick and to turn off their jobs and land to the hospital, and she doesn't know what's happening with her. So what kind of things she must do, how she should take care of herself, and is it really a serious thing, so it will pass away? There are a lot of, I think, emotional and other questions that we have for you, but over to you for the over 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and namaste to all. I bring greetings from Varanasi, the spiritual capital of India. And the topic is my perspective or a clinician's perspective in taking care of perimenopausal heavy menstrual bleeding or abnormal uterine bleeding. So, what I find in my day-to-day practice is that the ladies are coming very late to us. So sometimes they are being fed with a lot of wrong notions about perimenopause. They're not having access to correct information. They are being misled. They are being fed on myths about perimenopause. And most of the times they are being told that this kind of bleeding is abnormal, maybe, but it will continue. It should be taken like that only, and it does not need any proper attention. So many times we are receiving even educated women. They are not taking good care of themselves and they are landing with us in gross emergencies and sometimes in life-threatening conditions with a severe anemia, with a severe bad kind of condition. So we have tough time dealing with them medically. So I would like to use this platform to create some awareness that especially amongst the Indian ladies, that what they should be looking for when it comes to certain abnormal parameters of having abnormal kind of bleeding, what they should be thinking of. And rather than being fed abnormal information or wrong information from peers, friends, and from other like relatives, etc., who are telling them, okay, don't go for any kind of treatment, don't go for any kind of consultation, just stay put in the home, this will subside on its own. So what they should be doing actually, the awareness which I would like to generate is that when a lady is having a problem in the regularity of the menstrual cycle, if she's having a abnormal frequency, she's having bleeding very often, or a large amount of blood loss is happening, or all these things are there, this will qualify to be called as abnormal uterine bleeding, and it needs immediate attention from a qualified medical doctors. Sometimes if they are ignoring this symptom, the bad part of this is not only this is leading to a chronic anemic state, but also the emotional aspect during the perimenopause is also getting troubled. Like they may experience alongside with the chronic anemia, the physical debility of having breathlessness, of having different kind of, they are having breathlessness, they are having giddiness, sometimes they even fall due to the anemia. And then there are mood swings, there is irritability, there is poor performance, there are poor productivity at the workplace. So all this is happening. And along this, there is also a reduced, the marital life is also taking a toll because every now and then the lady is bleeding and the husband is not able to cope up with this kind of situation, and there is a marital disharmony also happening during the perimenopausal stage. Alongside this, there is also a possibility. Recently only I had a patient who was referred to a cardiologist, and the cardiologist with the complaint of chest pounding and breathlessness and palpitations. There, when the cardiologist found nothing inside the heart, then the hemoglobin was done, and she was grossly anemic. And then she was referred to us for care. And then we found out that she was bleeding for last 2 to 3 years, and she was changing the menstrual cups, or she was emptying the menstrual cups for around every 6 hours, every 5 hours. So this is a huge amount of blood loss, and her hemoglobin was around somewhere around below 8. So this is the scenario. And what it does, if this is a functioning individual, this will bring the pause, like we were talking beforehand. This functional debility or disability will cause a pause and reduce productivity of that individual. Besides that, all the in India, we have all the word of the house running around that woman only. Suppose if they're having a health hazard like this and they need to be admitted, the whole word of the or the family, it comes crumbling down. So this is why we need to give attention to this kind of problem of abnormal uterine bleeding, and it should be dealt with as soon as possible. It should be recognized by the women, and they should go for treatments as soon as possible, because in the early stage we can offer uh, conservative treatment to them, and which is very less tedious for them and more manageable. They can join the work earlier, and there is no big deal about it. Another concern about perimenopausal abnormal bleeding is that sometimes the lady may be harboring a cancerous lesion or a precancerous lesion. Suppose if they are ignoring the symptom, this problem can also be overlooked, and they may land in advanced stage diseases which are difficult to cure and may be life-threatening for that individual. So this is the whole healthcare scenario. And then there is some important data which we need to look at. At any given point of time, around 15% of all OPD attendances in a gynec OPD will be due to abnormal uterine bleeding. And this ratio gets increased. If we are looking at perimenopausal women, the rate or incidence will be somewhere around 30 to 45% of any gynec OPD we are going to look at. And then not only this, if this symptom is ignored, it is a very high risk situation for the lady. Once they ignore it in the first hand, then she is very likely to land in a hysterectomy within 5 years of onset of this kind of abnormal uterine bleeding. So this is the whole burden of the disease. And since India, a large women population is there, a large burden of this disease is there. Reducing the popularity, the productivity of our half of the population. So this is so I find that awareness should be generated among women, that they should not be fearful, they should not be hiding the symptoms for a very long duration of time, or they should not be using the alibis that somebody has told them that, okay, during perimenopause, it's okay to have abnormal bleeding. So now, once we have such a patient with us, how do we go about the treatment aspect is we need to evaluate them for with their history taking and examination, and then do some investigations like hemogram, like blood coagulation profile, or screen them for coagulopathies, and then do an ultrasound to find out whether they are having an organic lesion like fibroids, polyps, adenomyosis, endometriosis. All these are nowadays very much common in our female population, especially during the perimenopause, and a very big showstopper for many good number of women. So all these things we do, and sometimes we need to resort to certain investigations like MRI. Diagnostic hysteroscopy we are performing. This is a natural orifice uh, natural orifice endoscopic procedures, which we are able to see the lesions of the uterus. We are taking care of the cause of the heavy menstrual bleeding or abnormal uterine bleeding, and we are also able to treat them simultaneously. So once we have assigned the cause and we have ruled out the cancers of the female genital tract with surety, then we can take the patient for treatments, which can be in the form of medications in early stages. And then we have a very good device, that is levonorgestrel hormonal device, which we insert inside the uterus and take care of the abnormal uterine bleeding. Last but not the least, for some terminally ill patients and the patients who have had a damaged uterus, we go for laparoscopic uterine removal. So these are the things which are available. But in the end, since we are having this healing platform, so I have also been part of the healing teams, and I have trained with Master Delphi for healing also. So what I noticed that during the perimenopause, while the lady is having this abnormal uterine bleeding, a lot of negative emotions, lot of negative mindsets, all this is being generated. Plus, there is a fear of unknown future events. They are unsure how good they will be during the next 10 years, or they are very much unsure. And they are fearful that is it not, I'm going to suffer from cancer. So all these fear of unknown situations, fear of unknown outcomes of the treatment, this is causing a big mental health issue and emotional health issue, and further complicating the situations for this lady. So what we have done, we have formed at our center, we are having a support group with the women who are next in line for treatment. Plus, there are women who have already been successfully treated. So we get to meet them, make them meet very frequently. And then we offer counseling ourselves, and then let that lady who has been successfully treated, we tell that lady to counsel the new one. So it is very helpful and very reassuring for the new patient, and it almost gets rid of or alleviates the fever component of the disease very nicely. So this is what we are doing, and we are also offering meditative practices. We are making them learn meditations to calm their emotions and bring about positive mindsets about healing, because it is ultimately the body which heals on its own. We may be doing some surgeries, but the patient's body will respond and will heal on its own. This is my biggest learning during the last 5, 6 years. And we are making them do some good diets and some exercise sessions. And we are also offering them some dance sessions so that we can bring about positive emotions, happiness, joy, and all these things, positive emotions, to take care of, to get rid of that negative emotions which have been brought about by the disease. So I'm finding this approach of balanced and holistic care very satisfying, both for me as well as for the patients. So this is the new thing which we are doing besides our routine surgical treatments. And patients are very much satisfied. They are taking this very positively, I must say. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say regarding this problem of perimenopause and bleeding. So
Thank you.
thank you very much for giving me this platform. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Smita. The next half an hour is women's health and general chit chat, where our Dr. Anjali will be contributing. So let's keep on chit chatting. Let's give some quantum to the young girls, etc. Correct me if I'm wrong. Perimenopause can start as early as 35 years onwards and can still be perimenopause till about 45 years. Would you say that is correct, Dr. Smita? Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself, yes.
It would be, I think perimenopause will extend somewhere a little bit more.
So you agree that
35.
it can start as early as 35 years as
Yeah,
well?
yes. For some women nowadays, we are seeing a
So,
lot of young women going into menopause very soon.
yeah.
Don't know what is the reason, but yes.
So don't worry, women, if you're listening. If you suddenly start getting irregular periods, don't worry. It could be many reasons. If you're getting hot flushes, mood swings, and we will define mood swings in a moment. If your sleep is just generally disturbed suddenly, then you need to start taking care. And obviously, if your libido changes, then you know you are going through some sort of a phase. What is a mood swing, Dr. Smita? What would you describe as a mood swing? How do female realize that they're going into the mood swing zone? And what can men do to help their lovers, partner, wife, etc.? Unmute yourself, please.
Mood swing with sudden change, erratic moods like sudden anger bursts, sudden bursts of irritability, which cannot be explained by the situation. And the partners, what they can do is be a little bit more understanding, and they can mm, retract a little bit and not to contribute, so that it can worsen the situation further. So men should be more understanding towards women.
And how can we make men understand it because they are not going through the motion? Would we say that we guide them to patiently at least listen? Because maybe by listening to the partner, or whether it's a wife, lover, girlfriend, whatever it can ease the situation? Or do you feel that women's irrationality is so far out that she would not allow men to listen properly?
I think if one is kind enough, if there is compassion inside the man's heart, he will be able to listen, and that will be communicated to the lady. So nobody can be difficult with a compassionate man. And I think they will be, if they are ready to listen and they are exhibiting their willingness, anybody will love to listen to they
To the
will be
partner.
able to listen to what
So,
the lady is saying.
so let's bring in Dr. Anjali Agarwal, who is the host for this half hour, because she's going to bring wellness, well-being, and general health for women. Global Namaste, Anjali. You are, of course, a co-host here at Healing Our Earth. You are a consultant physiotherapist, but also mentor women in Women Matters. So, Dr. Anjali, uh, do you feel there is any fear in these changes, or would it be that it may never happen and perimenopause is just general phase? One shouldn't manifest problems anyway at outset. What do you think, Dr. Anjali?
Thank you. Global Namaste. And thank you, Dr. Smita. It was a very informative session. And I do deal with a lot of women health issues with endometriosis and adenomyosis and painful periods. And I feel 35, or now I'm seeing a lot of women coming into early menopause, even at 32, 33, 34 now. It's like, I don't know, there's some cyclic change which has happened, environmental change or toxicology change or something. But I think if they regularize what they're eating, there are certain foods which can trigger what we say is mast cell activation, which is again a cause of there is periods are supposed to come, but it's not coming. Of which shedding of the uterine wall is happening very frequently because the mast cells are too hyperactive, which can happen because of any infections, any toxics. So we assume that they're coming into perimenopause, but it can be just a reactogenic, phenomena happening for many women. So I
So,
have
Dr.
treated that.
Anjali, can you
Mhm.
pause there? Because
Yeah.
Dr. Smita also is good at uterine walls and discharges and whatever happens over there. What are the symptoms that women need to know that they might have that problem? Either Dr. Smita, you're muted, unmute. Just keep yourself unmuted so we can chit chat.
I could not understand the question. What kind of problems?
We talked about uterine wall over here. And how can women know? I mean, is it dangerous? Is it a condition or is it just a phase?
I'm not able to understand the question. Can you please elaborate it for me?
So your particular specialty is to deal with women who has got typical problem with the uterine walls, and what symptoms should they be aware of because of the abnormal uterine bleeding in perimenopause? Is it going to be definite, or does it happen in some cases?
Obviously, it is going to happen in some of the cases because it is. Are you talking about endometriosis or uterine?
We are talking about abnormal uterine bleedings, so it can be any type. Will it definitely happen? Or if it happens, how do women realize that it's happening? Does it go through some pain moments? How would they realize?
Abnormal uterine bleeding would be like if she's having menstrual bleed every 15 days, or if it is infrequent, it is happening at around 6 months, 3 months, and it is heavier than usually what it used to be in the back there in 30s or 35s. It is going to end in 8 days, 10 days, like this. Or if there is an abnormal volume of bleeding happening. So all these things, if any one of them is present, we will label it as abnormal uterine bleeding. And it during perimenopause, it usually starts if it has to start. If it has a reason, sometimes it may be temporary. Like if it is ovulatory problem or endometrial problem, then it is going to be for a short while. But if it is going to be an organic lesion, it will persist. Like if it is a tumor, if it is a fibroid, if it is a malignant lesion or the cancerous lesion, then the symptoms will persist for at least that much of time unless and until a physician recognizes them and treats them properly.
So
So
you
all these
recommend,
things will be taking a longer time.
so you
Whereas
recommend
the little these problems like ovulatory dysfunction, endometrial dysfunction, they can sometimes subside on their own, but they will be good to treat. It is slightly more temporary than the organic lesions or the tumors or cysts or all these factors.
So there you are. Dr. Smita is saying that if you're getting abnormal uterine bleeding, don't panic. Go and see a physician. Take advice. It may be something simple, it may be normal, or it could be something that needs attention. The idea is don't panic. Dr. Anjali, diet, very important. You said that maybe to avoid that heavy mood swings, that anger, maybe diet can help. So, how can diet help in this kind of situations?
Yeah, so anti-inflammatory foods, not eating processed foods like, breads, pastas, too much of carbs, refined carbs, one can control. Go into a little bit of a very good diet of fruits and lot of enough vegetables and non-estrogenic diet. So most of these heavy bleeding comes from a high estrogen dominance, which we
Can
see
you
with
define
endometrial.
non-estrogenic diets, please, so the viewers could understand and
So
maybe
it can be, less of oily processed food, more of, raw carrots, cruciferous vegetables like broccoli or even cabbage. If they don't have thyroid, but again, there's a myth about not eating cruciferous vegetables. Also, looking at antihistaminic diets, so it's less of tomatoes, less of brinjal, less of spinach, which has helped quite a few patients of mine. If we are seeing women in this 2022 2023 year, 2022 to 23, antihistamine diets have really done wonders for them. And trying to eat as comfortably as possible, so have a proper time and follow it with a circadian rhythm. So the sun is rising and the sun is setting, so eat your food that way. Don't go too hungry and don't overindulge in food. So that is very important. And also at the same time, try to break your food habits to be, don't overeat in the night time. So your many of these women will be not sleeping till late night, and then they are eating all the processed food. That is again causing a lot of estrogenic load, and then they suffer from constipation. That is not digesting the food. So all this is building up in their bodies. So I think overall, just follow a healthy lifestyle, follow a circadian rhythm, eat food which is like toxic food or kept in the refrigerator for long. So that food which is kept in the refrigerator is a fermented food, kept for longer than some duration. It becomes histaminic, and that causes estrogen overload and estrogen dominance in a lot of women. So if we can cut down on all these things, lot of changes can happen in women, especially if we cut down on the tomato, the fermented foods, and brinjal. It has really made a very big difference in my patients, and involve a little bit of activity around your eating. So if you've eaten, don't just sit there. After 10 minutes, try to do a walk, try to take a stroll, because it is working on insulin, estrogen, everything is working together, all the hormones. So you got to look at overall health, and then estrogen can be controlled.
And the
Yeah, right.
body is designed to send you signals, isn't it? Do listen to your
Yeah.
body. Don't be influenced by others. In Indians, when we go to people's house, you are forced to eat so much food. If you are Gujarati, then the fafda gathia jalebi is stuffed in you. If you are Bengali, the Bengali mithais come. If you are Punjabi, the gobis, they're good and healthy, but some oily foods are stuffed into you. Dr. Amrita, you are expert in women wellness, but you've got mastery in Ayurveda matters as well. Can Ayurveda help women for perimenopause or menopause or hormonal changes? Is there anything in Ayurveda that helps so the women can have fairly stable life?
Thank you, Neil Kumar, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Smita and Dr. Anjali. It's a beautiful bunch of combinations that we are having. And when we talk about Ayurveda perspective, if we, it's very important to understand that everybody's body is very unique. And in that unique form, the role of estrogen progesterone may vary from women to women, depending upon your lifestyle, your diet, your hereditary characteristics, and a lot of the factors, and also your work-life balance. And based on that, there are many key points that you need to take care about. If I talk in the Ayurvedic terms of understanding, if your fire element is pretty high and you are pitta dominant personality, in that case, heavy bleedings are pretty high in those cases. And so your dietary stuff and working on certain kind of meditations, exercises as a daily routine. And there are quite a number of herbs, and panchakarma is one of very good detox treatments that is given, in which we give some herbal infusions through oral as well as through vaginal routes, which are particularly very helpful. But the first and foremost thing is diagnosis, a right diagnosis, which Dr. Smita said, because bleeding heavily is a thing that you should not just take very lightly. If it is going above 15-20 days abnormally and it's increasing over time, it is an alarm for you to raise to your family members and to by yourself that yes, you need a help of a gynecologist, you need an ultrasound to be done, you need to have your hemograms checked up, and also managing diet with rest. Rest is also an important thing which females don't take, because until unless they are completely out of order, it's out of service. So that is an important thing, with adequate fluids in your body, because the few things that you can do if you are bleeding very heavily is avoiding very hot foods, avoiding ginger, avoiding spices, avoiding estrogenic foods that Dr. Anjali mentioned, and getting hydrated a lot. So your hydration should be double, because you're losing the volume of fluid a lot from your body, which must be taken care of. Otherwise, these situations can lead to, as Dr. Smita told about, with an anemic case, with a lot of other fatal and dangerous things, which so many women die in many of the areas which don't come to know. And when, as Dr. Smita addressed very rightly, that they come to us at a very late stage and we are helpless. So that kind of stage will only be tackled up when there is an education, when there is an understanding which is brought in every woman's life, that something like this happening to you is not normal. You must take care of this. And people think that, oh, my whole life had been pretty normal, now things are like that, so I don't have to take care of it. But it's not like this. There can be a lot of changes that might happen in your 40s, and taking a good nutritious diet, managing up your diet. So your diet is basically your medicine. It is working on your hormones. It is virtually your pills, which I say the hormonal pills, with which you can change your dietary patterns of your hormones with the little changes in your diet. But then a right diagnosis at a right stage is at most important to work. Thank
So,
you.
Dr. Amrita Sharma, diet. Everybody has talked about good diet, maybe diet can help. What are your favorite 5 foods during the either menopause time or perimenopause time? Well, I mean, you haven't gone maybe through menopause yet, maybe you are still young, but what would you do to boost your mood? What are 5 favorite foods that you like eating that helps you and keeps you nice, smooth, and happy?
Um, Specifically, depending on, it is also very important to be vigilant on your patterns of menstruation, how you're menstruating. Sometimes you're menstruating less, sometimes you're menstruating a lot. And even if, and the body always tells you, I think the body has the clock, which Fiona also mentioned. So these kind of gadgets, they help you in giving you those clocks of energies that you come to know about yourself. And in those times when you find certain things are a little tough, hydration by different kind of juices, not very sugary stuff, taking if there are summers, fruits which are seasonal fruits are always beneficial. Taking good fibers and fibrous diets is very important. I avoid taking a lot of spices, especially which is like black cardamom, black pepper, or a lot of ginger. People also have a lot of myths in the society, Dr. Smita, and that also I would like to address with you, because people think, or the elder women also talk about, oh, just take this and this will happen, and take that. Sometimes they have sesame seeds and jaggery and a lot of other stuff in the societies, and but then these things can be managed, cannot be managed. But the food, ultimate things which I propose to people and I myself believe in is a good hydration with soups, vegetables, sprouts, as well as the greens. They are my favorites among the list at those times. And yes, I can't avoid sometimes chocolate, so I cheat on that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Anjali, let's come to you. Let's give specific to people through experience the kind of food that can help during a menstrual cycle or during or coming to perimenopause or while you're in the menopause. What are your favorite? You mentioned broccoli, which is very good to eat. You mentioned fruits, but can we name the fruits and vegetables that would really help?
Thanks, Dr. Amrita. That was quite insightful again. And as Dr. Amrita has already told, right, every person's specific diet has to be designed. Like everybody's flow is different. Everybody's, vata or pitta, as in Ayurveda, is so different. So I think everybody's diet are very specific to their moods, also to their flow of menstrual cycle too, and pain levels also. So many of them can have a lot of pain, which I generally think magnesium rich food can be, like sweet potato, which is very, very helpful, and sometimes beetroot, because you're losing a lot of iron also because of, menstruating. Beetroot has helped a lot of people. Sweet potato can help. So, but this is again specific to each individual. It can change and it can vary for each individual. But yeah, chocolates are my favorite also. But again, chocolates can give you migraine and headaches because again, they're high in histamine and they can cause that flare of migraine for many people. Almonds are again another good way to help you. Pistachio, again, everything which is giving you omega 3, omega 6, sweet potato, which is giving you potassium and magnesium. And you can also look into eating, basil leaves, the holy basil, tulsi water, a lot of loki in the sense bottle gourd. You can eat a lot of gourd vegetable because they bring down your inflammation down at this time. And warm soup because your body is trying to, replenish and you want to feel warm. You want to feel more cared about your body. So I think warm soups are definitely helpful. Carrots, raw carrot salads are good, but again, depends on your digestion and your element of fire element in the body. But carrots are supposed to really help ease pain for a lot of women. And I definitely love a lot of sweets at that moment. That's I think the dessert I've called as a cookie monster at that time. I want to have all brownies and cookies and all. But yeah, I do make something at home, which is more healthier. You put less sugar, you don't use sugar at all. You can use sugar-free banana cake you can make, or you can make banana and buckwheat pancake. Buckwheat is kutu atta, if you know. So, which is again good potassium, good magnesium, and you're getting a banana, which is magnesium rich. So, I think these are very simple things which women can do. Just go non-processed, stop the refined food, eat more, specific these kind of food, but again, tailor make it according to your vata and pitta, every kind of thing. I think Dr. Amrita can talk
That's
about it more.
nice. Yeah, yeah. Dr. Smita, I'd like to know from you what are the myths, foods and stuff, what you hear from the society, and what's your take on that?
Myths on what? Eating? Or
Yes, eating. Yes.
Actually, our Indian society, what I feel is that our sometimes our whole consciousness has been overtaken by food. What are we going to eat? What are we not going to eat? And even if we are welcoming guests, we want to feed them, whether they like it or whether they don't like it. Sometimes I feel our whole consciousness has been overtaken by food. So, the biggest myth in diabetic patients that, okay, we should not stop eating sugar because we will lose the habit of digesting the sugar. So this is the one biggest myth I have faced.
I see.
So it is very okay. And then if I'm feeling weak, then I should be having fruit juice.
Mm.
Fruit juice may not be good for everyone, every patient, it may not be good for everyone. Like I am most of the times I'm sitting on a table chair and consulting, or I'm standing while I'm operating. So fruit juice may not be good for an individual like me who is will not will be having a high sugar level. Sugar peaks may be there, especially in the PCOS girls. So they are very fond of refined things, refined sugars, and eating a lot of pasta, pizza, refined flour. So I find all these things, and they will cover it up with some of the other alibi that they have been told by so and so person that they need to eat this, they need to take everything in moderation, where that moderation thing can be easily dubbed, and it goes for a toss many a time. So all these myths are there. Fruit juice people are very fond of, but it I think it is major contributor to ill health of Indians. So because we are not doing that much of physical labor as we used to do 20 years back or 30 years back.
So
So
shortly we'll be going to our guest with Rotarian Lal Goyal, who will be our co-host for the next hour with several contributors. I propose, ladies, you cut down on salt very heavily to avoid retaining water. You will find it helpful during those times, and it will help you. So wonderful. And just finally, before we move to Rotarian Lal Goyal, is uh, is menopause and periods and etc. looked still down upon in Indian subcontinents? Is it still, do we have, is it still a taboo subject? Any one of you
Yeah,
ladies?
yeah, Dr. Smita, you can address, please.
I could not hear the question properly.
Okay, we move. Dr. Amrita, you can move on. Is it still a taboo subject in India when we talk about periods and menopause?
So when we talk about periods and menopause, is it still a taboo subject in India?
You can answer, Dr. Amrita, because we need
Yes.
to move on over.
Most of the
Yes,
time,
it is sometimes yes, sometimes no. So now things are changing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful session we had. Anjali, a very good session for women's health. And it's so wonderful that a lot of women are just opening up to subjects. And now, Amrita, let's welcome our Rotarian who has got series of guests over here as well. And
yes.
we move on with our subject. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Dr. Meenal. Thank you so much, Dr. Smita, for being with us. Please stay around. And it was really wonderful having you at this episode and sharing your views and experiences. It's time to move to talk with Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, who is our founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and beyond. And as always, it's always really very nice for me personally to welcome him for the episodes, and his contribution for this episodes is always really very remarkable. Look forward to your guests as well as your comments and your opinions on diverse topics as we host these episodes. A very good evening and global namaste to you, Rotarian language.
Global namaste, Amritaji. Thank you very much for inviting me and my guests to give their perspective ideas about the women's self-care. Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team of Healing Our Earth for organizing such type of programs every Sunday and on different topics, so that the improvement, not only the mental improvement or the physical improvement of a person, but it will change the society, in turn the country, and in turn the earth, which is very important, and that's why it's a Healing Our Earth. So thank you very much. I just heard for a minute about something, the eating habits, and I just completed a meeting of Rotary, and the topic was the impact of obesity and diabetes on organs. And recently, about a week back, the government of India has decided to put the warnings that the samosa and jalebis, which are very much fond of the North Indians and people across the India, and I'm sure across the world, all Indians prefer, are going to have the warning like the warning which they are on the cigarettes, that these samosas and jalebis are very, very harmful. So basically, when we talk about the self-care for women, they are responsible for mainly in India, they are responsible for the kitchen as well as the food which is served to the entire family. They must take care, because now after long persuasion to the government of India, they have accepted that the Indian food is also harmful, not all, but those which are with very high glycemia index. So thank you very much once again, Amritaji. And now I'm coming to the topic of women's self-care. And as Amritaji has mentioned that I am the founder and the charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, my take will be definitely for the women's self-care in respect to the organs, healthy organs. So women's self-care for optimal organ health encompasses several key practices. Regular exercises strengthens the heart, improves circulation, and supports liver function. A balanced diet, rich in fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, provide essential nutrients for kidney, liver, and digestive health. Adequate hydration helps flush toxins and maintain kidney function. Annual gynecological exams ensure reproductive health, while mammograms and bone density screening detect early issues. Stress management through meditation or yoga reduces cortisol levels that can damage organs over time. Quality sleep allows cellular repair and hormone regulations. Avoiding smoking and limiting alcohol protect lungs, liver, and cardiovascular system. Regular health screenings enable early intervention. So to discuss this very, very important topic, we have elite panel today. All women are my panelists today. And I would like to invite my first panelist guest, and she is Dr. I will just see who is coming.
So Neelam, I can't see Neelam Sharma here at the moment.
So Dr.
Jumi.
Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav. I will take her. So the Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav is the senior eye surgeon. She is the director of Kulshrestha Eye Center, Mathura. She taught in high school in Sacred Heart Convent School. She is an alumni of Delhi Public School, R.K. Puram, from where she completed her 12th. She completed MBBS and DOMS from the prestigious Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi, and associated Lokesh Nayak Hospital and Guru Nanak Eye Center. She pursued fellowship International Council of Ophthalmology, Glasgow, United Kingdom, and joined her father's practice in Mathura. She specialized in refractive surgery, laser, and squint surgery. She is also an expert in cataract surgery, laser phaco surgery without bandage and without injection. She has conducted many eye care camps with various NGOs like Rotary, Innerville, Kalindi, JC, etc. She had been awarded Corona Warrior Award in 2020 and 2021. She has been Scientific Secretary of Indian Medical Association, Mathura, and Cultural Secretary, IMA twice. She is a pageant winner. She won the title of Mrs. India United Nations in 2022. She is now co-director of Mrs. Uttar Pradesh pageant. She has been felicitated with various awards for healthcare, fashion, and social work by various organizations in Delhi, Jaipur, Agra, and Mathura. She has been giving health talks in various schools and colleges regularly. Her aim is to provide world-class healthcare services along with her husband, Dr. Pankaj, who is a retina specialist, to people of Mathura and around Mathura. Welcome, Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav on this very, very important show. This is organized by Healing Our Earth. Mr. Neil Kumar and his team is organizing every week, every Sunday, and on the different topics. And these shows are being telecast on different platforms in the different parts of the world, and the different participants from the different parts of the world are participating in this particular show. Now, Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav, you being an eye surgeon and a senior eye surgeon, and you are doing practice for so many eye diseases. And you know that middle age of anyone, especially for women, is when the eyesight becomes weak. People require the near reading glasses. They started developing the cataract gradually, and many more things, many other problems. We would like to know from you your views about the women we care. Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav, please.
So first of all, a warm good evening. Sabhi ko Radhe Radhe from Lord Krishna's birthplace, Mathura. Namaste, everyone. Good evening. And I would first like to take this opportunity to thank Rotarian Lal Goyal sir to give me this platform to connect with such wonderful people from across the globe and to discuss certain issues affecting our eyes, more so of women in middle age. Without taking much time, I had made a PowerPoint presentation on Canva, and I would like to share the screen.
Can someone make Jumi co-host?
Dr.
Yeah, she's already co-host.
You're already a co-host, Dr. Jumi.
Yes, I'm.
Jumi, just see the share thing, the green arrow. Just press on
Yes.
that and open your PPT. So that will come.
If you look at the bottom taskbar where you got participant,
Yes.
chat, react, the green, click on
I'm
it.
doing that. It is showing screen, camera, document, image from document I'm opening.
Your document should be open on your screen before you can share it. You will see it on your.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Now select it, then share screen.
It says document is not supported. So probably I will just need a
Ignore your
little time.
document. Maybe let's just talk about it. You can talk about it. Just turn off your screen share and talk about it. Your document might be in a system which Zoom doesn't recognize, maybe. So
Is it
switch off the
feasible, sir?
screen.
I had, yes, I had put a little images to make it more, everyone could connect with what I'm trying to say and how eye care and eye health is getting affected.
So no problem,
So,
Jumi. Jumi, just switch off the screen share as you're not able to share it. At least we
right.
can see your expression and you can talk about it, and that
Yes.
will still
I
help.
think it is
So
here. Is it,
no, we've got a black screen. So please stop sharing.
okay.
Let you come back on the screen and just chit chat about it. That will be good enough. If you stop the screen share, please.
All right, sir.
Let me bring you in, Rotarian Lalgoil. We can chit chat. I will remove her from the spotlight till she gets herself in. So it's so wonderful to have an eminent eye personality who has got an experience on it. And eyes are, of course, important part of our life. They are the organs without which we cannot perceive the sights. And it's very, very important that we do. So, Rotarian, since you are part of organ donation as well, eye camps in India are very popular, whether it's for men or women. How important is it that the eye camps are regularized in India?
See, eye scans are regularized and the good hospitals where they are doing the cataract surgeries, etc. But unfortunately, in the remote villages, sometimes they are not being properly monitored or regularized, so some tragedies happens. But more or less everywhere, the cataract surgeries are quite successful as far as India is concerned. And as you mentioned about the transplant and donation is concerned, because eye is a tissue, it's not an organ. So the eye donation is still is not that much what in India requires. In India, we require lots of eyes, but still the people are not donating because of some myths, because of some religion things. But gradually, the awareness is picking up, and I'm sure that we will also catch up so that nobody will remain without eyesight in India.
And we've got Jumi back. She has
Yeah.
got her screen back. And let's chit chat with
Yes, sir.
Jumi. Jumi, tell
Yeah.
us about eyes.
Right.
Over to you, Jumi.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to say we all agree why eye care is so important and why we are talking about it. Eyes are a mirror to our soul. They are window to the world. So we all agree that a good vision and a good eyesight is very important. Also, when we talk about females are multitaskers. They are the caregivers, they are homemakers, they are professionals, and seeing all of it, they neglect their own health a lot. They take care of the entire family, but they are not taking care of their own health. So that is why it is a great initiative that we are talking about women health. When it comes to eyes, the major problems that we are facing age-wise, if I would say, firstly, I would like to say the statistics say that two-thirds of women are getting in the entire population, women have a higher prevalence of eye diseases as compared to men, and that is up to about two-thirds time. So looking at that, when we go age-wise, in younger population, in school going and students when they are in college or young adults, what today we are seeing is an increased rise of digital eye strain. Everyone is glued to their mobiles, to their digital devices, to their laptops, tablet, any digital device, and more so this has increased over past 5 years since COVID. And with this has come the terminology of digital eye strain, where there is a lot of increased incidence of dry eyes. There's itching, there's ocular discomfort, there's eye pain, headaches, burning sensation, grittiness, and all of it. Secondly, the prevalence of myopia has increased. The incidence of children who are wearing glasses, that has increased, and children and young adults who were wearing glasses, the power has also increased over a period of over a span of these 5 years, more than what it used to be earlier. All this is because there's less of outdoor activities and more of screen use. Also, we see in young adults contact lens related issues, more so now because everyone is so cosmetically conscious and want to look nice. Also, makeup use, I would say there's a lot of infections, ties, and allergies because of wrong products used in that age group. When we come to middle age, we see in pregnancy. Now, this age has more pregnant women in their in their early 30s, late 20s, and pregnancy itself has more because of the hormonal changes. There's dryness because of the tear production being affected. It causes dry eyes. Then there's a fluid retention and there's changes in the eye power. Also, in pregnancy, those women who are more affected by hypertension, that causes changes in the retina and optic nerve and blurring of vision. Also, in middle age, now I would say that uh, earlier, what the incidence of cataracts, what we used to see in the age group of 60 to 70 years, in that age group, 60 in the 60s decade. Now the prevalence, we are seeing early onset of cataracts, which are called pre-senile cataracts. Even in the late 30s or early 40s, we are seeing lot of increase in the incidence of those early onset cataracts. There's a term called presbyopia. When I talk of it, mostly we have seen there's a dependency of near glasses. When you reach a certain age, say 40 years, the focusing of near objects gets affected. We see blur. So what happens earlier is we tend to increase the distance of whatever we are reading, the newspaper or the mobile. And gradually there's use of those near reading glasses that earlier used to be around the age of 45. Now we see at the age of 35, even 33, that a lot of people now are depending on those near glasses for their near work. Also, diabetes and hypertension is no longer a disease. It has become a lifestyle. Around 20 years back, when I was studying in medical college, 25 years back, this used to be a cause of concern. Now, I think every second family, there's a member who is either hypertensive or diabetic. So these systemic conditions per se affect the eyes. They affect the retina, the back part of the eye, and causing changes in the in our vision, which is affecting our vision. When we come to perimenopausal age group, now that is the time when the hormones are playing, the estrogen levels are going down, and that affects the eye. How? There is increased incidence of dry eyes. The estrogens and the androgens help in the tear production. So when we blink, the tear film, it spreads on the surface of the eye and it gives a soothing effect. Once that tear production goes down, we get dryness in the eyes, we get a lot of ocular discomfort. Many women complain of gritty sensation in the eyes when they are blinking, and these incidents has this prevalence is there more so in the perimenopausal age group. Secondly, in this age group, we see again, as I said, a lot of the early onset cataracts. Now in 50s, a lot of women are facing that problem. They are being diagnosed with cataracts. There's another terminology called age-related macular degeneration. So the back part of the eye is called retina, and on which all the light rays fall. Now that retina gets degenerated as we age, with age. So the now what we used to see earlier in the age group of 70s or 80s, now we are seeing in the younger age group and more so in perimenopausal women. So one has to be very concerned for that entity. Also, the incidence of diabetic and hypertensive retinopathy has increased over a period of years, more so in women. Uh, the incidence of if there's one particular cosmetic condition where the eyelids they are thinning, the skin of the eyelids gets thin, the lids there's lid laxity, what we call. The lids become lax, and so there's a lot of watering from the eyes, and that causes a major concern for many of the women, and even for males, I would say. So they have a tendency to rub the eye to swipe of that watering from the eyes, but that becomes a vicious cycle, and there's increased drooping of the lower eyelid, so leading to more damage. And tear film production and tear film drainage system, all these are altered as we age or towards menopausal, perimenopausal age group. So, what should we do? What are uh, the remedies that one should take care of? Firstly, digital eye strain. I would like to share that not only in younger age group, but I think all, even elderly, even earlier, what students or even the corporate men and women would be getting affected with this entity. Now, even grandparents are coming with this problem of digital eye strain. So, we need to remember a 20-20-20 rule for people who are using using computers for prolonged number of hours. The 20-20-20 rule is to be kept in mind. What is 20-20-20 rule? Every 20 minutes, take a break of 20 seconds and focus on an object which is 20 feet away. Unfortunately, I'd made pics of all this so that I could share with everyone here. I'm unable to, but this is very important. Every 20 minutes, take a break of 20 seconds and look at a distance of 20 feet away. For computer users, incorporate frequent blinking. It is called forced blinking. So that has to be taken care of. use lubricant eye drops. They are eye drops which work like rose water, and they enhance the tear film in the eye and gives a very soothing effect. So lubricant drops can be used. Also incorporating a diet which is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, lutein, uh, and these vitamin A, C, and E. Now, which it is the diets which need to be consumed are green leafy vegetables, carrots, pumpkin, walnuts, flax seeds, fish, cod liver oil. So we all know this is all healthy diet, and it also enhances your vision. Uh, a healthy lifestyle would definitely need use of lesser mobile phones. Uh, Also regular exercise. There are a lot many people now doing eye yoga. So not only yoga for your fitness for the body, but also for the eye. Then there are few eye exercises which can be incorporated in your working. Even while you are in office, you can do them. Also, avoid smoking, avoid drinking, and stay very well hydrated. So these are a few things that can be taken care of. And please take care of your eyes. Eyes are very precious.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav, for giving so many tips. Although initially it was quite scary, but now you have given the remedies also. That is very, very important. And I would like to tell our viewers and you also that I am the first patient of your father. And he has given me so much knowledge about eyes that at the age of 71 today, my eyes, although my screen time is 17 hours a day, so but still I am doing well, although one eye is already operated and another is having a cataract, having a contact lens with it. But still, I am doing the work till I am there. Thank you very much. And I'm sure your this knowledge, what you have given today, will definitely give benefit not only to the women, but also the male who are listening to it. Thank you very much. Now I would like to
Thank
move
you,
to my
sir.
next panelist guest, and she is Miss Neelam Sharma. Ms. Neelam Sharma is an industry professional with an extensive background in sales and marketing in the aviation industry. She has rich experience of dealing with top corporate clients like American Express, Cox and Kings, Travel House, etc. Owing to her family defense background, she has had the privilege of traveling extensively, exploring new places and meeting people of diverse cultures. Her love for reading, physical fitness, yoga, and sports further enhances her mastery of positive life skills. Ms. Neelam has conducted PDP sessions in various educational institutions. She has all the required skills which can help her motivate today's learners both on academic campuses and in the corporate sectors. For the past couple of years, she has been dabbling in the field of acting too. She is an amateur theatre artist who has acted in several plays. This holistic background enables her to understand the complexities of life while lending an empathetic ear without being judgmental. Welcome, Ms. Neelam, on our show. Ms. Neelam, you have a multifaceted task you have done. Earlier, you were there with the traveling thing, then corporate, and now in the acting also. And definitely, you know the reality, the problems which women are facing, especially a mid-aged women is facing because of so many things. And you have heard what Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav has mentioned about the eyes, which is a very, very important thing for everyone, and especially for women, because as she mentioned, she is a multitask master. We would like to know from you, the women we care, Miss Neelam Sharma. Please unmute. Please unmute. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone, all the esteemed panelists. Thank you, Mr. Goyal. And of course, I was listening to Dr. Zumi. So she has given a lot of positive contribution regarding the the health of the eyes as far as menopause is concerned. So while I'm here and I would really like to speak about menopause, I'm not a medical expert on this field. When I talk here, I talk as a somebody who's going through the process, who's been through the process, and I represent all the women who might or are still going through the process and understand it. So, first things first, menopause is actually real. The symptoms it entails are real. It is really time we got it out of the closet. All women, all through the generation, we have been going through these changes for centuries. It's not something really new. But what happens is with changing times, women have actually started playing dabbling in multiple roles. They've started going out, they're working, and they're doing a lot of household stuff also. And their expectations from women have increased manifold. Our previous generations, our mothers and all, they also went through the same process. But with due respect to them, what happened was society had defined the spaces. So they knew their role in the family hierarchy. They knew that they had to stay at home and they basically have to take care. And there was not that with the social media and other things. There was the pressure to look good, the pressure to look happy at all the time, the pressure to actually appear as if everything is under control was not that much. Second thing, menopause has many kind of changes. First would be physical. Dr. Zumi explained one part of that, and physical would be you go through skin changes, bone density changes, your bladder control changes, your eyesight, of course, is one thing. Indigestion, there are so many things, hot flashes, night sweats. This all I'm talking from experience. So not everybody has the same symptoms, but people do have these symptoms, and they can really be at times really haggle you. So once you go through these physical symptoms, what happens is automatically you reach to the second part, which is psychological symptoms. When you are not able to deal and understand your body, you're not really able to control things which were totally in control earlier. So what happens? You starts playing on your mind. This is the second step. It starts playing on your mind. What happens is you start thinking, okay, I was doing exactly the same things probably a couple of years back. I'm doing the same things now. What has changed? Why am I not in control of my body? Why am I not really looking that good? Why am I putting on weight when I'm really not eating that much? Why is my skin not behaving properly? Why is it not under my control? I cannot, a hot flashes and night sweats is such a nightmare, literally a nightmare, because what happens is your sleep is disturbed. When you go out, whenever humid weathers are bad for you, you're sweating even in winters. So it's like your bladder control of effects. So when these two things happens, your physical changes, it plays with your mind. And when it plays with your mind, your body, because of course, the societal pressure to look good, so we are so conscious about it. So the psychological changes, and the third step would be the social changes. Once we are going through all this, so and social changes more so because in our society particularly, everything related to women's, mostly the things with hormones like periods and pregnancy and menopause, is it's kind of associated with a little bit of awkwardness, a little bit of shame. So it's never a open kind of atmosphere in the house. Now of course things are changing in the past decade or so, but earlier it is, and still it's not, I would say still probably around 30% of the society, people like me and all the panelists here, we still in a position to talk about it, and we don't really feel awkward about it. But when we were kids, I remember that you had your periods, and it was like a very hush-hush environment in the house. You could actually, give the best secret service in the world some lessons on how to procure sanitary napkins and how to dispose them. And then when women would get pregnant after marriage, so it was like, okay, you're pregnant, please don't go out, please stay inside, and please, and women themselves were pretty embarrassed, they used to feel awkward about it. And same thing with menopause. We have never ever tried to understand that the changes going through a woman's body, she needs external help in the form of understanding. She will not expect you, okay, okay, fine, you come and handle the house for her, handle her work. But she would really appreciate that if you understand what she's going through, if you really kind of lend an ear, you try and the moment you tell her after a particular age, okay, what's wrong with you? You are nagging more, you're cranky all the time, and you're probably exhausted. You're not able to handle the same responsibilities in the same way, and you have zero patience. So you have to understand that it's playing on her mind. The social, this brings to the social changes. She does not really like to go out that much because people are not able to really understand her position because she's not really looking that good. She's getting exhausted more often. She cannot handle so much of going out in the society and meeting people. She's not able to handle that much of pressure. So the only thing she expects from you, and then another thing, why she's going through all this, this menopause and all, that is exactly the time when her family life, the family, she's been married for years, her spouse and the family life has fallen into a pattern. Her children, whom she made the center of her universe, the whole thing revolves around the family. They have grown up, they have their own social circles, they have their own life, and rightly so, there's nothing wrong with it. But the menopause and the empty nest syndrome, it's in sync with each other. So she's already feeling a little left out. She has that feeling inside her that, okay, now that I'm not needed that much, everybody has found their own path, and I probably cannot add any more value to the family. And the work which I had been doing all my life is probably, it's redundant. It really doesn't matter anymore. I really haven't added any value to my life, my own life. And now I don't even look good. I'm not really good enough for the family, good enough for the relationships. And for my own physical being, my whole physiology changes, and my mindset is totally changing. So then this leads to anxiety, maybe even depression, chronic anxiety, depression. And this is all a very vicious cycle. You are having menopause, you already are dealing with the hormonal changes, dropping of estrogen, etc., etc. And then what happens is you are stressed out, you are depressed, and that again the vicious cycle, it really comes back. It makes you feel even more sick. You start having other issues in your body. So what basically needs to be done, it's the $1 million question here, is how do we really handle? Nobody around me can actually go through the process which I'm going through, any woman for that matter. But if the people around you just learn that whatever you are feeling right now is a very unique situation in your life. It's something which it's a path which I have to navigate, women have to navigate through. And if you just support her, if you just help her navigate that path, the whole narrative needs to be changed. That, okay, people come up with the हमारी मम्मियों को भी तो होता था. Our mothers never really complained. They went through the whole process very gracefully and without ever complaining. So the thing is that women were always left to fend for themselves. So they were never really asked. They never were. They were never given an ear. They were not allowed to complain. So what they did was they relied on time-tested methods like dietary changes, and they had their very own, very special inner circle of women, who probably were going through the same changes, who would understand. But and now the things should change a little bit for the better. They should change, and it will change. First thing, that people around the woman, the children, the friends, the family, the extended family, first, they need to understand what menopause is all about. Understanding in the sense, a detailed understanding. And once they have understood the process, what they can do is then they would be in a position to understand the woman of the family better. They will be able to empathize with her. That whatever the changes she is going through, the physical, the mental, the social, they are, this is, for a certain time. She'll probably take a couple of years, maybe sometimes more, sometimes less. Every woman has her own pattern. But at such point of time, all she needs is support. She does not need you pointing fingers at her that what has gone wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with her. It is just that her body has gone through humongous change. Everything is not in her control all the time, though she tries to pretend that things are in her control, but they're not. So when you understand and you appreciate that whatever, and gratification is important. See, a lot of women will come and tell you that, okay, mujhe koi farak nahi padta. It really doesn't make a difference. I'm doing my duty as a mother, as a wife, and as a friend, as a sister, as a daughter. But I really don't need any appreciation. But it's absolutely wrong. Everyone, and including women, everyone needs gratification. So once in a while, if you tell the woman that, okay, fine, you're going through this process, we understand that you're not the same person as you were, but we understand that you have really contributed to our life. You have made positive impact in our lives. And now that you're going through this process, we are ready to return the favor. We are there for you. We are holding hands. Instead of just coming up with, adjectives. It's best to support her, to handhold her, to walk her through the process. And once you start doing it, you see how things change. When you know that people around you understand your situation without actually going through it, but they still understand. So it totally changes the scenario. It makes you feel better. You learn to appreciate your family. You start feeling your worth. You start feeling okay. You have not given your life for nothing. And it's not that now it's over. In fact, in many cases, menopause is probably a beginning. So if some external support is given, so it really works well for women. The society needs to understand and appreciate it. So that's all. It's a very, very, very simple thing, but simple things are mostly complicated. So I guess that should work for women mostly.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Neelam Sharma, for giving your views. And what I can see is next step from your side is that you will going to have a black coach because you are having so many law books behind you. After that theater, you will might be going for the law classes.
This is my husband's office and my son's office. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
But
so
you
much.
have given a very practical aspect of menopause, which the late women are facing, which people are not understanding that they all have their hormones changing and what they require, that compassion, that support, the gratitude, that mindset of the family members have to change, and so that no one will suffer during that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Neelam
much.
Sharma, for giving your views. Now, I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Dr. Vartika Kishore. Rotarian Dr. Vartika Kishore is MBBS MD. She is a gynecologist and obstetrician at Vrindavan Arogya Deep Hospital, Vrindavan. Dr. Kishore takes special interest in high-risk pregnancy, infertility, and preventive oncology, especially cervical cancer, menopausal health, cosmetics, and aesthetic gynecology. She is an active Rotarian. She is an active member of medical wing of Dham Kumaris. She is past member of Safe Motherhood Committee of FOGSI, FOGSI, Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecology Society of India, and present member of the Environment Committee. She is National Master Trainer for the Cervical Cancer Vaccination Drive. She is the executive founder member of Society of Menstrual Hygiene. She is the past president, Mathura Obstetrics and Gynae Society. Presently, she is the executive member of MOGS, MOGS. She is vice president of the Mathura IMA branch. She won Wellness of Women Award from FOGSI for doing work in community for spreading awareness on cancer prevention. She won Women Achiever Award by many social organizations of Vrindavan for several projects on menstrual hygiene and cervical cancer. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Vartika Kishore. Dr. Vartika Kishore, you have heard earlier Dr. Jumi Kulshrestha Yadav as well as Ms. Neelam Sharma. Both have given their views, one on the eye care, the other one was for menopause. Although she is not a doctor, but she has given the perspective from the women who suffers from that. You being a doctor and especially a gynecologist, you know ins and outs of the menopause and what are the changes and how things can be changed in the society, plus all other things for the women, because especially in the mid-age, all these problems occurs. So we would like to know from you the women self-care from Rotarian Dr. Vartika Kishore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Lal Goel, sir. Uh, I would like to thank you immensely for giving me this opportunity. And I'm listening since last 1 hour, various speakers, and they are really creating awareness regarding this special topic. And this topic is really close to my heart, women's self-care. Uh, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah. सो अगेन हम ब्रजवासी जो हैं वृंदावन वाले हैं वी स्टार्ट एवरीथिंग बाय सेइंग राधे राधे and praying to Almighty Bihari ji. So with this, I begin my presentation. I was asked to speak on women's self-care related to menopause, and I listened to Neelam ji, who has, as a non-medico, given her problems, her views about menopause, dealing with her in her daily activities, daily life. So some technical issues I would be talking, and simultaneously what we can do. So, what is menopause? So, menopause came from a Greek word, mens means monthly, and apausis means cessation. So it is a permanent cessation of menstruation at the end of reproductive life when there is a loss of ovarian follicular activity. And this is a part of natural aging process when women's ovaries produce lower level of hormones, estrogen and progesterones, and thus she cannot no longer become pregnant. So first we have to remember this is a normal physiological process. ये कोई बीमारी नहीं है. This is normal. And we have to accept that this is normal for every woman and every woman will undergo this process. Now what are the phases? Menopause doesn't come, just suddenly it'll come one day. No, it sets in nearly 10 years before, when you really have that menopausal phase. So what is premenopause? This time is prior to menopause, which is usually when you are less than 40 years of age. So that time, you have a normal reproductive life and activity, but then, towards the end, like 35 years or so, you have this premenopausal phase. Then is the perimenopausal phase, which is characterized by physiological changes which are associated with end of reproductive capacity and terminating with completion of menopause, which is known as climacteric. In this time, women will face irregular periods, then some certain weight gain, body changes would appear, fat would appear around belly, and then they will have night sweats and hot flashes. They would start, coming. And then is the menopausal phase, which is end of menstruation. And age group is nearly between 45 to 55 years of age, average being 50 years. And this age is genetically predetermined, but cigarette smoking and severe malnutrition may cause early menopause. And then there's a phase of post-menopause phase, which is after 12 months of consecutive cessation of menses. When you don't have menses for 12 months, then this phase appears. So all those changes like osteoporosis, urinary infections, heart disease, etc., that sets in during this phase. We have various type of menopause: natural menopause as you age, Then there is premature menopause due to premature ovarian insufficiency, which when you have menopause when you are less than 40 years of age, early menopause less than 45 years. Then there is something known as surgical menopause, when either for some or the other reason, um, you have hysterectomy, one has undergone hysterectomy or ovarian ovariectomy, ovaries have been removed. Then if a person has cancer and they receive chemotherapy or radiotherapy, then that's an induced menopause. So like other than your natural aging, the other kind of menopause can also be there. So why do we have this menopause? We all know because there are reproductive hormones like estrogen and progesterones, they decline. And as I've already told you, because of the hysterectomy, chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and insufficiency and removal of ovaries. Now, as Neelamji said that, okay, there are certain physiological changes, which are happening and which affects women's physiology and affect their health. What happens? Your cholesterol levels, they because of the effect of estrogen and progesterone deficiency, their levels increase. Your HDL, which is a good HDL, that decreases, and the bad HDL, LDL, that increases, and that leads to increased risk of heart attacks, heart diseases, and stroke after menopause. So dietary modification, of course, one has to do, which Anjali ji has told very nicely. And then because of the calcium loss from the bones, which is more during the first 5 years, resulting in loss of bone density, osteoporosis sets in. The calcium which is there in the bones, which moves out of the bones, leaving them weak. And even with the mildest of the stress on the bones, one is liable to fractures. So one has to increase intake of calcium and vitamin D in the form of supplements. Also, it is said that walk at least 20 minutes, brisk walking at least 3 times a week, and sitting in the sun for 20 minutes to half an hour with your legs and arms exposed. If you sit, you have vitamin D and you can prevent osteoporosis. What happens is after menopause sets in, we start taking advice from the doctor, and then we start taking calciums and vitamin D. But you have to start taking when you enter into that perimenopausal phase. After 35 years, you have to increase that intake. And plus, you have to supplement your diet with calcium rich foods. And I'm very fond of prescribing to my patients moringa leaves and drumsticks, which you have. They are really rich in calcium, and moringa leaves, if you take, make it a powder and take 1 tablespoon daily in any form, your calcium would definitely be in a better position. Then digestive system, because the motor activity of the digestive tract is diminished, so your intestines are they become sluggish and you land into constipation. So more of fibers in the diet, fresh fruits, flax seeds will definitely help. Then a very embarrassing symptom which women face because of the changes in the urinary system due to decreased estrogen, the tissue which line urethra and the bladder, they become drier and thinner and less elastic. So what happens is women has increased frequency of passing urine. You would see middle-aged women, menopausal women, always looking for washrooms, and they use it more frequently. And because if they retain it for longer time, there is more increased tendency to develop UTI, urinary tract infections, and they have burning micturations, and they have a lot of problems related to this. Then there are certain changes in the genital organs, uterus and cervix, they become small, fibrotic because of the hormone deficiency. And the vaginal mucous membrane, it becomes thin and loses its rugosity. And thus, epithelium is more prone to damage and infections. Uh, Estrogen causes wetness in the eyes, as Dr. Jumi has said, and even in the vaginal and cervical secretion also increase with estrogen. So once menopause sets in, or in perimenopausal phase, this decrease. So the vaginal area becomes dry. A lot of itching is there. Vaginal atrophy is there. Itching and burning sensation. Lot of vaginal infection sets in. Even the contact becomes painful, and because of the dryness there. And ovaries, of course, they become shriveled up and smaller in size. The fat and hair growth decreases, and most women are worried about their breast contour because of their physical appearance. So that also changes. So, and also, women feel, wow, I used to look that beautiful, and now my skin has started losing elastin and collagen, and there are a lot of, derma consultations, and a lot of creams and packs available to take care of the skin. But you take vitamin E if you're non-vegetarian. Fishes have good amount of vitamin E content, and for vegetarians, you have that simple vitamin E tablets which you can take, and which really help you regain your skin health. Then weight, as I told you, that because of the irregular food habits and mood swings, there is more fat distribution around hip, waist, and buttocks, and hair becomes dry and coarse, and there is hair loss. And due to thickening of the vocal cords, it becomes deeper. So a lot of wrinkles, dryness, acne, they set in because of loss of elastin and collagen. And this is the most talked about thing once again, that women have hot flushes, and there are incidents when women get sudden feeling of warmth, and flushing starts from the face and spreads all over the neck and upper body, and it can occur any time. So what can be done besides taking the changes in the diet and taking certain black cohosh and turmeric, ginger, these kind of herbal medications that will help in hot flashes. Somebody said about taking intake of basil in the diet. Yes, it's very good. Then similarly, night sweats, they bother women. Suddenly they'll wake up from their sound sleep, and then it becomes difficult for her to go back to sleep, and then she'll have palpitations and panic attacks, and these create problems. So, yes, hormone replacement therapy with medical advice is quite beneficial to those women who have severe vasomotor symptoms. So, you need not worry about them. If you have a proper medical advice, you can really take care of them.
Thank.
Then,
Yeah.
uh, then, as already said about the psychological changes, see, all these changes are there. And if you're not aware that these are normal and something can be done for that, obviously you'll be irritable, you'll have headache, you'll feel tired, your bones are not working, your family life and everything is disturbed. You have memory changes, mood swings, then you land up in depression because of the night sweats, you can't sleep, you have insomnia. So these things can occur, and these are simply due to the hormonal levels. So all these can be corrected, and you can get rid of them quite easily. And I just want to speak something about, like, everybody talked about the mood changes, the bone losses, but this term sarcopenia, which is very important. Sarcopenia is a muscle atrophy. Sarcopenia is atrophy of the muscles, what osteoporosis is to bones. So this is more dreadful than osteoporosis. Most elderly, because of the physical inactivity, they're losing on their muscular mass, their strength, and the performance is significantly compromised with age. So to deal with sarcopenia, you really have to be physically active in whatever capacity. Please be physically active. So it is, causes are multifactorial. We can't say only the hormonal changes, endocrine changes, and some inflammatory changes occurs. Okay, all these are there. But due to old age, if you become physically inactive, then that will lead to sarcopenia. Even if you have pain, you can't walk or some inability, at least do isometric exercises, do weight bearing exercises. They will help you. And even you have to take lot of protein intake in your diet. And due to the hormonal changes, insulin resistance, diabetes, all can set in. So really you have to take care of
Thank you
your
very
health.
much, Dr. Vartika Kishore. Actually, we want to hear more, but the time is a constant. And what you have said, the one thing is very important, that one should not feel scared about all this, especially the menopause, because there are remedies. That take the medical advice, correct medical advice, not when the menopause start, but according to her perimenopause or before that also. If the women consult a doctor, especially a gynecologist, she can guide correctly, so that phase will not be there what they generally the women faces in their life. So thank you very much, Dr. Vartika Kishore, and I'm sure that your input, what you have given today, has enlightened not only the women but all over all the family members. They should also understand that they must take it very seriously. It's not the thing which they should take lightly, and take care of the women when they are in the peri or the menopause phase. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
and I would just like to say one thing.
Yeah.
As previous speaker was little worried, we can form Club 35 like groups. We already have it in India. So you can, women can share their problems and come out with the solutions about depression and wanting that somebody should understand. If they form their own groups, you won't need anyone. And then there are certain happy hormones which are secreted to certain activities like gardening, dancing, music. Oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. And if those are incorporated, you do these activities, they would increase. So psychosomatic changes would be little less. And one more thing which I always end, that please go for HPV DNA testing and prevent cervical cancer. At least get it done twice, one at 35 years of age and another at 45 years, because this is only one cancer in women which is totally preventable. So, and about all this, everybody has spoken about the management. So, with this, one more thing, menopause is me no pause. That is unstoppable me. So, one has to be fit at 40, stable at 60, and independent at 80. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vartika Kishore, for giving such an enlightening talk to our viewers. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce and invite my next panelist, last but not the least, the panelist, and she is Dr. Shalini Sharma. Dr. Shalini Sharma is an educator, administrator, mentor. She is the principal of JP Public Academy, Kasganj, a seasoned educationist with over 25 years of diverse experience in teaching, academic, leadership, and school administration across reputed CBSE and ISC institutions. Currently, she has a rich background in English teaching, school development, team mentoring, and academic innovation. Her strength areas are subject expertise, English language and literature, leadership focus, academic excellence, school infrastructure, examination management, key competencies, effective communication and decision making, career counseling and student mentorship, team management, and teacher training. Welcome, Dr. Shalini Sharma, on our show. Dr. Shalini Sharma, you have heard our earlier panelists, Dr. Dubi Kulshrestha Yadav, Ms. Neelam Sharma, as well as Dr. Vartika Kishore. And they have given their views about IE menopause, etc. Now we would like to know your views on women we care. Dr. Shalini Sharma, please.
Greetings to all. As all, I have been just listening to all the three of the participants, and everybody has talked about the problems of the middle age. But I would like to speak about the positive as well as the problematic aspects of middle age. So I would like to begin with celebrating us, we middle-aged women. We at this age are the women of strength, wisdom, and unmatched resilience. We are mothers, daughters, caregivers, leaders, mentors, and creators. We have navigated life's highs and lows, built families, careers, and communities. And through it all, we have shown up with love, loyalty, and grace. Middle age is not a sign of fading, it is a symbol of rising. It is not the end of our prime, it is the start of a chapter filled with self assurance, clarity, and freedom like never before. So let's reframe the narrative that society has handed down for generations. For too long, middle age, especially for women, has been wrongly portrayed as a time of decline, a slowing down, a fading into the background. But I challenge that myth. In truth, middle age is a launch pad, not a plateau. It's a stage when many women stand on solid ground for the first time. Your children may be growing independent, your career built through years of grit and grind is stabilizing, and within you lies a rare and radiant confidence, a knowing of who you are and what matters the most. You have developed wisdom that can't be taught in classrooms. You have nurtured emotional intelligence that helps you navigate complex relationships and decision with grace. You know your worth, your boundaries, your passions. That self-knowledge is not only empowering, it's unstoppable. Whether you are launching a new business, stepping into a leadership, going back to school, rediscovering creativity, or simply choosing you for the first time, this is your moment. Yes, middle age is full of possibilities, but it also comes with profound transitions. Imagine standing at a crossroads. Behind you, a clearly marked path of youth. Ahead lies a misty intersection, roads diverging in all directions. This is where countless middle aged women find themselves, physically transforming, emotionally evolving, and balancing shifting roles at home and work. As discussed earlier by Dr. Vartika, by Ms. Neelam, that major biological physical transition is menopause, which is often whispered in hushed tones. It's not just about hot flashes, it's about hormonal upheavals that affect memory, mood, sleep, metabolism, and the immune system. Yet our healthcare system often reduces this to a checklist of symptoms. These changes are not a failure of the body, but a call to listen, a reminder to realign with our physical needs. It's not just menopause. Middle aged women face increased risks of heart diseases, bone loss, and autoimmune conditions. Yet these issues remain under-discussed, underdiagnosed, and misunderstood. As our body shifts, so do our emotional worlds also. Middle-aged women frequently find themselves caught in what is called the sandwich generation. We care for our aging parents while simultaneously guiding teenagers or young adults who are navigating their own uncertain paths. Gen Z children, independent, tech-savvy, and opinionated, often present unique challenges. Their communication styles and values can create emotional gaps that we struggle to bridge, all while redefining our own identities as mothers and professionals. Meanwhile, roles in marriage and social circles evolve, creating new layer of emotional labor, and this labor, largely invisible and rarely acknowledged, takes a real toll. It demands empathy, strength, patience, and endless recalibration. Hence, standing amidst the physical and emotional transitions, we become oblivion of ourselves, caught in a paradox where self-care becomes a forgotten priority. But what if I tell you once again that middle age is not merely a period to survive, but a powerful phase to thrive? Self-care is not selfish. It is not indulgence. It is essential. It's not luxury. It's a lifeline. As flight attendants wisely instruct, put your oxygen masks before helping others. Start self-care with your body. Keep your health appointments. Move joyfully, not punishingly. Sleep deeply without guilt. Eat to nourish, not just to fuel others. Remember, when we honor our bodies, we extend our capacity to live, give, and grow. At the same time, our emotional world at this stage is like the sea. Calm some days, stormy others. Some days bring wisdom, others bring waves of doubts, griefs, questions we never had to ask before. This isn't instability, it's awakening. Emotional self care is that includes setting boundaries without guilt, releasing relationships that drain you, practicing compassion towards yourselves, seeking therapy when needed, not as weakness, but as wisdom. Your emotions are not a problem to fix, they are the messages to understand. Your feelings are not disruptions, they are data guiding you back to yourself. So let's make one promise to ourselves to rise, to reclaim your time, your body, your voice, to rediscover joy, not just in others' lives, but in your own, to speak your truth without shrinking, to walk your path without apology. Middle age is not a crisis, it's a calling. Hence, answer it with love, answer it with boldness, answer it with the belief that you are not just enough, you are exceptional. I would like to end my speech with a poem. You are not your wrinkles, your weight, or your age. Your wisdom wrapped in a graceful cage. A storm you have survived, a soul that shines. You are more than roles, routines, or signs. So pause and breathe. Take back your space. In self love, there is strength and grace. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shalini Sharma, for giving such a positive note for a middle-aged woman. I'm sure all the middle-aged women are going to celebrate that this is not the age where they have all worries about menopause, things, but rather they have they are going to celebrate and they should celebrate. This is a real positive aspect, because if we will see in a positive aspect, we can overcome many problems and we can go in a very, very big way. So thank you very much. And I am sure that today's program with your giving this parting note is such a good thing, especially for the Indian perspective, that the women who are thinking that the middle age, so many problems are there, especially the peri and the menopause time. They feel that what is going to happen because of the mood swings, etc. But you have given a positive aspect. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the viewers who are watching our things. Mr. Neil Kumar, over to you now.
Rotarian Lal Goel, what a wonderful array of contributors you have brought in over here. Neelam, who came through her own experience. Then we had Shalini, who was more poetic and giving encouragement to us. And we also had Jumi, Dr. Jumi, who is here, who is an eye specialist. I would like to ask Jumi one question. You said that more women are having eye problems than men. And do we have scientific data? And why is the case that women suffer more with eye ailments than men? Over to you, Dr. Jumi. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, it was seen in this study was done by International Association for Prevention of Blindness. And there are a few reasons. Firstly, because of the lifestyle, as I mentioned, women tend to neglect their own health, more so in developing countries like India. And globally, it was seen that the incidence is more. Secondly, the longevity. They have a more, their lifespan is more as compared to males, and hence the prevalence of eye diseases seen more in females. Thirdly, the hormonal changes causing a lot of problems, as we all know, and as Ms. Neelam also mentioned, there's the uh, the uh, the pregnancy. First of all, the menarche, the pregnancy, and the perimenopausal, and also there's more incidence of autoimmune diseases which are seen in women. So these are a particular set of conditions which affect your health, and this also has there's a coincidence between the autoimmune diseases and the problems that affect the eye. So there are certain conditions.
And
So
I of course are a very, like you say, is our vision camera. It actually gives us a lot of pleasure to have that. What other tips would you like to give to people just in general in this day and age time where we are actually glued onto smartphones and screens all the time? What tips would you like to give, not just to women, but to human beings generally?
Absolutely, sir. As I mentioned, again very strongly putting this across the 20-20-20 rule. The 320s have to be kept in mind. Take a break every 20 minutes for 20 seconds and focus at a distance which is at an object which is 20 feet away. Secondly, forced blinking. I have seen even my own children, younger children who are glued onto their mobiles and they are playing their Free Fire and Roblox and whatnot. And they are glued all the time for hours together, especially on holidays. So I always, I tell them, you have to take a break, frequently blink your eyes. Thirdly, use of lubricant eye drops. The dry eyes has incidence has increased so much. I myself am a patient of dry eyes, and I use lubricant eye drops for myself and even for my children. Uh, Fourthly, we can use blue cut lenses. There's those who wear glasses, and even for those who don't have a power, uh, people who are working more on computer or digital devices, even for students who are doing their school work on laptops, we recommend wearing a zero power lens, but it has a UV filter. So there's a filter, sorry, which protects your eyes from the harmful UV rays of those digital devices. And lastly, go for regular eye checkups for all younger people also, and for all perimenopausal women. Go for regular eye checkups. Eye pressures need to be checked, and your the tear production to see how dryness, if at all, is affecting your eyes. And lastly, the retina, the back part of the eye, for any conditions of degenerative changes.
Thank you, Dr. Jumi. She recommends that take a break from your screen, look up into yonders. If you got a window and you can look up in the sky, just look as far as you can. Relax your eyes, blink them more than naturally they blink, and use, if you got dry eyes, use eye lubricant. I suggest that if you use any lubricant, maybe do talk with your optician and they can guide you correctly and it will help you over there. So thank you, Dr. Jumi. Let's go to Neelam there, who came from a different perspective. She's her partner is a lawyer. Neelam, do you find it easy to talk to a lawyer partner to make him understand your mood swings, or did you have mood swings in your perimenopause?
Yeah, actually, no. See, first question answer, no. It doesn't really matter if your partner is a lawyer or a doctor. It's basically if your partner really understands your symptoms and really is a little bit, interested in what's going on, the physical and the changes going, then it really doesn't matter. So he is helpful, but his being a lawyer definitely is not the criteria. Second, yes, I did start going through mood swings, probably say a couple of years before menopause. And since I really didn't pay much heed to it, so I thought probably they were because of the circumstances, changing situations at home, a lot of workload and the children growing up. You attribute these things. You don't realize that all of a sudden there are certain things which are changing the background in your body, which you are not really giving attention. It's only after menopause when I started having hot flashes and hair fall and all these symptoms. Then I realized, okay, fine. So this is really not all me who's wrong. There are certain other factors also which are
Now,
playing a part.
you mentioned hair fall. Again, that is one factor that women are very particular about. We can see Jumi, playing with her hair now. She has got a good lock of hair over there. And hair loss because self-confidence as well. Did it matter to you? Were you suddenly aware of it and bit of self-confidence was lost?
The thing is that, okay, I'm not really very, as a person, I'm not really very much into, very worried about my looks per se. That is me as a person. But of course, hair loss is there, but I'm not really very perturbed. It doesn't really affect me deeply. My sleepless nights, the hot flashes, they affect me more. And plus, I always, the thing is my mood, the way I conduct, the way I behave, my anxiety, that is what troubled me more than the physical aspects. So
And
that
do you
was.
feel you learned enough to help others?
Of course, of course. Because I practice yoga, I'm a yoga trainer, and I'm into Buddhism. I practice Buddhism, so I'm a very open person, and I really try to understand without judging people. It could be just friends, women of my age, or anyone. So when you're going through a process, you obviously understand others better. It helps you evolve as a person.
Yes, because you've been through. Well, let's come to England here with Sarah Mills, whose age I'm not going to give, but she has passed over 50. She only looks 50 plus VAT maybe. Sarah, you were lucky that you didn't have to go through the turbulent time of these mood swings. But was it easy to convince the partner that, hey, look, I may be a bit moody sometimes? How did you manage your partner?
Um, I didn't really have a situation like that I can refer to, honestly. I mean, whether you're going through a time of your life or not, everybody has mood swings sometimes, don't they? I think it works both ways, really. So it didn't, for me personally, it wasn't a big personality change, so it didn't really make any difference. And I think the term grumpy old men, especially in the UK, is much more well known than grumpy old women. So just
Okay.
saying, Neil, just saying.
Yes. Yes, it's quite true. Well, let's go from a medical point of view and we go to Dr. Vartika here. She's a gynecologist, and let's ask her that abnormal uterine bleeding. Is that what she had to deal with? And is it scary when it first happens to a woman? And how should younger women be aware that it is abnormal bleeding and not irregular periods? Over to you, Dr. Vartika.
Thank you for that question. See, irregular bleeding is a first sign when a woman has hormonal changes. So, when a woman comes to us, she's these days she's quite worried. Doctor, I'm having heavy periods. Is it normal? Is it because of my menopause, or is it something else? So this is, we have to really counsel the women that, see, this could be normal, as well as we have to test you to have a check that if because of uncontrolled hormones your uterus lining grows irregularly, this can go into a bad direction of endometrial hyperplasia. Endometrium going, the uterus lining, endometrium is uterus lining, which grows very irregular first, and then it might go into the carcinomas condition. So, with proper investigation, counseling, you have to treat the women, and you have to really reassure her that not every abnormal bleeding is bad. These are certain hormonal changes. When you take medicines, you rule out by certain investigations. Simple one is the ultrasound scan, so you need not worry. Simple medications can help you, and you need not worry that you have to get rid of your uterus and go for hysterectomy and stuff. No, with simple therapies, you can be taken care of.
So,
So
Dr.
it is.
Vatika, what is the difference if a woman has born children and the one who has not born children when it comes to certain ailments that are associated with perimenopause and menopause? Is there a difference to the mothers who have born children and to the ones who haven't?
Yes, yes. Um, See, if we go simply to the menopausal symptoms only, uh, each pregnancy leads to many changes in the body of a female. So if we go to the see, because of the hormonal changes, she has breastfed her babies, she has born babies in the uterus. So there are certain changes which have occurred during reproductive age groups. So while the women who's unmarried or has not born children, those changes are not there. There are certain cancers also which are more in a nulliparous women who has not born children, like breast cancer, uterine cancer. Whereas one who has breastfed the babies, breastfeeding is very important during her reproductive age group, then she is indirectly protected from having breast cancer. That is protective. Then ovarian cancers are more in the nulliparous women as compared to the one which has born babies. So these are the things, in the menopause, which married women and unmarried women, these simple differences are there. And then, as said, regarding the social changes, the loneliness things, like Neelamji was saying that my partner is not supportable. Sorry, Neelamji, but then, they should understand, the partner should understand. Whereas if you are single, then you have to have those groups, those self-help groups, those social groups where you can communicate, and you have less of mental and mood swings, and your depressive ailments and your psychosomatic ailments that can be taken care of. Because menopause is not only physical changes, it's both mental and physical and emotional changes too. So, we have to tackle each and everything. It's not only the physical
Yes, we
thing which
need to
I
look at
feel.
it at 360 Vertica. Neelam's husband is a wonderful guy. Just
Yeah,
Neelam said
yeah,
that
sorry
he
to
happens to
interrupt.
be a
I
lawyer.
came across wrong when
Yes,
I was talking about my partners not being supportive. I was actually not talking about my
he was
husband.
talking.
It was a general statement. So I'm really sorry.
So the
I didn't mean that.
actual Neelam's husband is a nice person, but what
Yes.
Neelam joked that him being a lawyer, she has to be careful because he can serve even notices to Neelam. But yes, Neelam has got a healthy marriage over there. The Rotarian Lal Goyal knows Neelam's father because Rotarian mentioned that it was her father that he went first to see for his eyes over there. So it's wonderful. Let's go to Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who is the president of the Hindu Forum of Whole of Europe over here. She lives in London. But long way back, she was in Mumbai and she was a principal. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, during the time when you were principal several decades back, were the girl students very forthcoming and discussed their private matters about their periods? Obviously, they were young because there was no menopause with them or perimenopause. Were they forthcoming or periods were taboo subject to talk during that time in that era?
At Elphinstone College, the advantage was we had a section where they could freely discuss with the certain teachers during certain hours whatever they wanted to talk to. So a lot of students took advantage of this. So between 2 and 3, they used to come to the staff room, and a corner was allotted to them, and they could freely talk with the students, and they could discuss whatever they wanted to discuss. So this sort of an arrangement really made a lot of ease for many students, and they could easily talk to them. So I have not directly talked to any one of them. Maybe I was not very competent enough, but there were people who were from the the doctor section. These were the people who were managing the students. So I don't know whether they are continuing that today also, but definitely till I was there, and maybe even later, it did continue that they could talk to there's a time, and they could go and talk to the teacher.
It's amazing what we are learning today as men. Even we are learning from you women. Sarah brought in a few contributors earlier, and two of them say midlife is a time to celebrate. It's a new phase of life. It's positive thinking. So I asked a question, and I will ask you the same. Vertika, Jumi, and Nilam. Midlife, is it a myth or is it a reality? Jumi, you can go first. Should we manifest a midlife as crisis, or should we just go with the flow and fly like a butterfly?
Absolutely not. For me, I've always said age is just a number.
Yes.
So bring it on.
I too
So
agree.
I was very happy to see how positive Dr. Shalini was speaking. And I think we all women resonate with the fact. Also, I would like to differ with Vartika Di here. I don't think men will ever understand what a woman is going through during her menopausal phase, how much supportive your husband is. So we all need those groups, B. We all need women, women friends to share our feelings and emotions with. And but yes, absolutely, age is just a number. This is just a phase, and we are growing and we are glowing.
Exactly, Jumi. You mentioned age is just a number. Our Rotarian Lal Goyal, who only looks 50 plus VAT, he has proved himself. He went through a turbulence in his life where we didn't know whether he was going to be there. And look at him today. He is the founder and the director for organ donations and a lead there at Rotary. Age is indeed a number. You mentioned about Neelam. Presently, Neelam's DNA is so stable while she's on the Zoom that the dog felt the energy and jumped up on her to say, I feel good too as well. So when a cat and a dog or an animal comes near you while they know you are engaged with personification, that means your DNA is calm and smooth. So it's very, very important to feel like the Nilam, keep on smiling. You can go and serve a notice to your husband and say, verily and truly you love him, and he will like it because it's a legal way. Make sure you title it without prejudice, okay? So he cannot come back to you.
I here I'm the judge. My husband might be a lawyer in the court, but I hold court here.
That's all women. A husband outside can be a prime minister.
That's not something which really worries me. That's not something to worry about. And I agree with Dr. Zumi and Shalu also that for me personally, because when there's so many things, you take it as a challenge and you start pursuing interests and hobbies which you haven't been able to do all the while. So, like I've just started doing theatre for the past 6 years, and it's something which I picked up, very late in life, and was not something I realized that I would be good at. But I've been doing that, and so many other aspects women can explore. Just to get hold inside the house and crib and complain is definitely not going to help you. It's time. This is the time to pamper yourself. All your life you've pampered your children, your family, you put everybody first, but this probably is the time you put yourself first.
So there you are, another positive affirmation. Just like Jumi, bring it on, she said. And Neelam says, this is the time to celebrate. And Dr. Vertica says, if you've been mother, then there is some ailments you will not pick. If you haven't, you will pick some. So don't distinguish yourself. Just keep on living. And let's take a quick comment from Meeta there, and then we carry on continuing. And Amrita, you will wind up. Meeta, your comment.
Global namaste, everyone, and very, very important subject because women don't pay that much of attention to their own health. That is a fact of life. They are more giving because of the nurturing DNA they have. And it's very important that we realize that, osteoporosis, many other illnesses which might come in and we don't realize that. At the same time, the menstruating girls or ladies who have not reached the menopause, it's very important to understand them as well because the hormonal changes affects their mental health. And this is not for men. It doesn't happen to men. And today, the world is patriarchal. So there is patriarchy everywhere, whether women are there, they are brought up with the patriarchy that, yes, man rules the world, or, it's the world is designed that way. So we need to understand also the problems which young girls are going through because they have these hormonal changes and it's affecting mental health, their mental health. And at workplace where they are working, people are not going to recognize that, colleagues are not going to recognize that. We are getting this awareness about menopause, but we should also, I think, seriously think about a program on menstrual cycle and mental health because that's so important. And we are missing out that biggest segment of women's life. Or else, yeah, it's as someone said before, I said in the chat as well, that age is just a number. We should live our life to the fullest and just remember that physically the body is affected because of age. It is, I won't say regressing, but it's losing its vibrancy it had before. But that doesn't take away our mental, social, and spiritual um, enrichment, which we want to achieve, irrespective of what age we are. And I'm a chaplain at University of Surrey, and we have a special project called Menopause Project, and I took part in one of the conversations called the M Word 4 years ago. And it's so important that men understand, the colleagues, the men you're working with, they understand. Because not necessarily you are spending most of your time with your partner, or your husband, or boyfriend, or whatever. You are spending time with the people whom you work with. So the offices need to understand. And that's what Saryuni is doing as, setting an example that the male colleagues need to understand what women go through during this cycle of menopause. And they need to be supportive because they are supposed to be productive at work. They are supposed to produce results. They are supposed to reach their targets, and why they are not able to do that. So to have that empathy, it's very important that the workplace are equally equipped with that knowledge and understanding, and given that opportunity to understand beyond the family members. Also, I had shared a link about a special film which was made in India by Insta Pharma on how the family has to understand it, and how it's very subtle message. You can watch that link. It's on YouTube. It's in the chat as well, Neil. So it shows that how family has to suddenly come to terms with if mom is going through menopause. I had a very tough time when my mom went through menopause. It was a huge learning exercise for me, and our family doctor was pretty good at explaining to me that I need to be more matured than her, even though I was just 14 or 15. But thank you so much. It's a wonderful, enjoyed listening to everyone.
Thank you, Lata. So at this point, we are coming to a concluding time. So Amrita, before we conclude, I want to go round the screen. I want each woman to give one or two very good tips. One tip, quick one, for what diet is better for women for periods or perimenopause or menopause. And what tip can they give to men to understand women better during this time? Jumi, you are smiling, so you've got the tip. You start first. Over to you, Jumi.
I always tell my husband it's not menopause, but it is men who pause. So yes, but touchwood, being an eye doctor, he's also very supportive. Um, yeah, men have become more, I think, uh, what would I'm not getting the correct term, but more sensitive to these issues now than ever. And yeah, the diet, as we all know, a lot of fiber, calcium, iron, protein rich, full of vitamin A. Me being an eye surgeon, I would emphasize on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jumi. Well, Jumi has convinced her husband in a nice, simple way. And what she's trying to say, through education, men are slightly changing more in this current time. Neelam, your quick tip for a diet that you follow or you think people should, and a tip to express to men to understand women better. Over to you, Neelam.
Thank you so much. So the diet would be, for me, it's always the simple Indian home cooked food, which works. Do not complicate it because there's so many, you're flooded with so many things coming up. But if you really take the time tested recipes, which our ancestors used to follow, it really works well. The simpler, the better. Don't complicate too many meals and don't put in too many ingredients. Just try and keep it simple. That would be my take. Of course, like doctors, they know better calcium and all. You should keep adding supplements and all those things, but vitamin D and other things, which I'll get in touch with you guys because I'm sure you're experts, Dr. Vartika particularly. And as far as for men to understand, for my husband or for any other husband of a spouse of menopausal women, men are not very, very good at communicating. Women like to communicate. That's an area of expertise which they have. So women like to talk and discuss. Men like to, push everything under the carpet. Okay, for the next time, procrastinate. So I think this is the time when women are going through menopause that you up your communication skills. You try and talk to her. So that really helps.
Thank you, Neelam.
Yeah.
Rotarian Lal Goyal, she's very clear about men. Men like to throw things under the carpet. Me and you are men. I am not like that. Do you think we sweep under the carpet, or is it because we don't like gossip and talking about things that are irrelevant? What do you think, Dr. Lal, Rotarian Lal Goyal?
Mr. Neil Kumar, in my opinion, the lack of awareness. The awareness is required in men more than the women, because women knows about all the problems which they are facing, but the man is not aware that that they are getting flashes, their mind, their brain swings, etc. Whatsoever they are getting, the man is not aware. And if we will create the man awareness in the man, then I think they will be more supportive. They will understand the problems which the women are facing during that period, which is very, very important. Otherwise, what happens when the wife says that I am doing this and I am having such problem, that the reply, which is very routine reply, is, oh, you are just doing like this. As I think one of the panelists says, our mother has not shown any tantrums, what you are showing, or maximum consult a doctor. That's it. Because he is not aware about all those things. So I just recommend to you that you must keep a program called Men Self-Care, and there we must talk about all these things, and there we must give the knowledge about the peri or menopause and all those things. Then only the man will be taking care. And this is the lacuna, especially in India. I have seen that they are not at all aware about all these things.
There you are. Rotarian Lal is extremely clear. Bring it on for men too, because even they deserve equality. And maybe through education and sharing knowledge, they might be more friendly and understanding. Let's go to our poetic Shalini there. She started and gave a very nice poetic way of understanding. Shalini, diet,
Yes.
what would you follow? You are a bubbly and a sprightly personality. What diet do you recommend to women? And what tip would you give to men to understand women better, easily, and friendly? Over to you.
Sir, as far as diet is concerned, obviously, as Neela ma'am said, uh, the doctors may suggest better. But what I feel, the things which make you happy, which keep you happy, right? Obviously, as the age grows, everybody knows one's own digestive system and all. So accordingly, once go towards that. And as far as men are concerned, uh, though I'm a single woman, I'm a divorcee, and the reasons of my divorce were really quite obnoxious, I would say, in today's environment. But still, I respect men a lot, and today's men are very understanding, very cooperative. They do understand, they do discuss the things with the women, and openly, rather, means nowadays, I don't find a hitch among the men and even in purchasing pets for their wives or for their daughters. So men are really cooperative nowadays, and in today's generation, obviously, when they are going hand in hand, that is the major reason of the advancement of our generation, sir.
There you are, our listeners, Dr. Shalini, our young and bubbly person who has not lost faith in men. She is single, so she is mingling and enjoying her life. It's a new phase for her. She's showing right over here. Don't stop living your life, just carry on. Let's go to Sarah. Sarah, any
Thank you.
diet or any tips you would like to give to men to understand women better and for women to share diet? And you're, of course, here in United Kingdom. Any favorite food of yours that helps you or any tip you've got? Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Great discussion. And I have all sorts of different views on also different parts of it. But I have a plant-based diet only, so I don't have any meat or egg or fish or dairy. And I do think that we should attract a much heavier, more plant-based diet for all of us, which I know there are so many endless benefits from the endless fruits and vegetables and nuts and seeds that can keep us all healthy for longevity. So that for me would be like focus mainly on a plant-based diet. When it comes to the tips for men and women and understanding, I'm actually going to slightly take the side of some men, which is men, and I was really intrigued by what Lal said, which is if men don't know and nobody tells them, how are they supposed to know? And I think as a woman, don't assume that a man would understand what you're going through unless you're prepared. I think women can become very defensive, and obviously you can see I am a woman, but women can become very defensive about this subject as well because they're going through so much. But I think we just have to not assume a man doesn't go through. I mean, there is an andropause that men go through between the age of 40 and 60, but it's a much more gradual decline in testosterone. It doesn't incorporate all the other hormones that women incorporate over probably a shorter period of time. However, I just think it's really important for women to be understanding of their partner or their other half, whatever you want to call it, their husband, their boyfriend, their partner, so that they can explain it. Because I think men are extremely empathetic, men who are just as full of their own emotion as women. And therefore, when they understand it, they will understand it. But I think there's a lot of assumption that, well, they're not interested and they don't want to know. But that's often because they don't understand. So just be humble and be kind and explain to them maybe what it is and that you may be going through some ups and downs, but you could do it together. So I'm taking that angle because I think too many people assume that men don't want to know, men don't want to talk about it. And I disagree with that because in the UK now, every single organisation has a menopause policy. And it has to be explained in workshops that what women are going through during the menopause, and the men have to attend as well. And a lot of men are really interested to understand because their partners have never told them what they're going through. So that's just my view. Okay.
Absolutely.
And here I will just say, Sarah, that yes, in UK, definitely. But India, I don't think that there is any such types of workshop are being arranged.
No, I know. That's why I thought I'd explain it.
That's why I suggested that we must have such types of workshop or the programs.
Yes.
The men, the awareness to be created as far as the menopause are concerned, so that men understanding for the women will grow and they will understand the pain and agony what the women is facing during that phase. So they will be more sympathetic and more cooperative at that time.
Yes.
And Rotarian, going further, this is the correct platform to come. If your man or your woman is not understanding you, come together on Healing Our Earth, because this is the love boat for unity, harmony, peace, and liberty. And we will be the medium which will make sure that people understand, because that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. No gender bias, no race bias, no language bias, no culture bias. So, Healing Our Earth is your place to come. Vartika, your tips, you are a doctor, gynecologist, your tips of food, if you can name, is even better rather than general. And your tip, how to make men more comfortable and understandable. Over to you, Vartika.
Thank you, sir. First, I'll take the men part first. What I feel is men to be supportive, you know, right when you wake up in the morning, make tea together, go for walks together, do gardening together. Somebody would dig, somebody would water plants, then even do the cooking together. So one day your favorite dish, the other day mine. So this way, the bonding and whatever problems, because there's less time, in our day-to-day activities. So both men and women would understand their problems. So I think going for walks, physical activities, and hobbies also together. Go for a Zumba class together, or some meditation activity, yoga or exercise, gymming together. So this will help in their both physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being if you do that. In India, we do have in religious forms many of such kind of activities, like they do puja together. They are going for parikramas, both husband and wife together. So yes, it is there, and they both understand. And I would request all the women on this platform, they should make aware their boys about the problems which their sisters, about the menstruation, whatever the problems which their sister, the younger girls are facing. They should sensitize, every mother should sensitize their boy child for this problem. And also they should sensitize their boys regarding the menopausal and the aging process right there. So once we have sensitized the boys, so once they grow older, they would be more compassionate towards their companions, their partners, and their peer female, co-workers in the office, because mom has taught them, has told her this. So one on this male contribution. And then, as Sarah said, that yes, men too have andropause, and as women have, and men usually don't really reveal their problems very soon. So more chances of heart attacks are there in men as compared to women, because women, they'll weep, they'll cry, they'll fight, the mood swings, and then they'll get over it. So the data has shown that men have more heart attacks. So yes, they too have their problems, sarcopenic conditions, muscle mass loss. This is more in men. So both ways, helping each other this can really work. And if you are single, then there are a lot of groups, you can form clubs with friends, and work together. All those activities, the community activities, social activities. And as far as diet is concerned, simple things like, as I said, the drumsticks, moringa powder, then flax seeds, all nuts are very good. They will take care of your skin, your mental health, your joints, your heart, everything they'll take care. And just, a few tablespoons of it, mix all the nuts, have it, and you can munch it in the office, you can keep it in a box, that will take care. And simple home cooked food. And in India, we have natural spices like turmeric, ginger, we have sarso, the mustard seeds. So all these are antioxidants, and they have very many, medicinal properties. You have cardamom, which is again very good for menopausal health. Ginger, you have cinnamon, and then all these masala chai, what we say, and right from the early morning, you have them, and it's very healthy. And lots of fruits. And as it's always said, have a colorful plate, with all the colors, red, greens, yellows. So they have all the good nutrient values, all proteins, and all vitamins. So have them in your diet. And whenever you are having your food, pray to Almighty first, and stop watching TV or mobile when you're having your food. Just concentrate on your food, on your drink, water or juice, whatever you're taking, and just feel those juices, chew properly, so that anything you have will really, give you good health and really help you. You'll retain all the nutrients well. So
Thank
that's
you. Thank you, Vertica. So Vertica has made it very clear. Nuts are okay. Don't go crazy on them. Maybe maximum 45 grams. If you break them into 3 times 15 grams and keep them for your time when you fill package, just take them. Nuts are very good. She's saying don't just drink water and gulp it. Put it in your mouth, swish it around, mix it with your saliva, and then let it go down, then it is more beneficial value to it. She has agreed that, look, women love weeping, crying, and fighting for it, so they got less heart attack. So Rotarian Lal Goyal, during the men's episode, will make all the men cry for a while and train them to cry so they don't have heart attack. So that's very good. Amrita. Amrita is a mother, a wife, daughter-in-law, daughter, a tutor, a mentor. She's 360. Amrita, how do you manage this situation? And if you could conclude for today's, Amrita is our senior anchor, a general admin at Healing Our Earth, and a wonderful soul. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I had been hearing all the stalwarts, and it's nice. It's really good to get so many opinions and views. And for today's episode, I think all these combined things can be incorporated as and by what a woman feels is important. And first and foremost, education is very important. And how do you take your life, and what decisions do you take in your own personal life will help you in grooming the future of your own personal self. And that's why, as so many other women said, that taking care about your self-care is not about being selfish. It's just about being a caregiver for yourself rather than anybody else. As we say, before praying to God, you must pray to yourself as well, because God resides within you. And that is why all these incorporation, and especially when you talked about, as Sarah told, that plant-based diet is good, I recommend people also plant-based diet. Dr. Vodka said about seeds, nuts. They are personally, I have experienced them to be really very helpful. And there are many herbs that you can include in your diet, like ashwagandha. You can have some herbal decoctions of lothra. You can have herbal decoctions of licorice. You can have uh, the seeds, nuts, spices, as well as powders, as well as shatavari, giloy. There's so many herbs that you can incorporate in your diet, which has to be seen, and in what way you take these infusions that also vary. These things can help you in elevating your mood, can stabilize your hormones, but
Dr.
over and
Amrita,
above
Dr. Amrita, you
the
mentioned
yes,
some Ayurveda powders and
herbs.
stuff. Do you think that in India the metal has now been sort of almost eliminated and they are safe to consume?
Metals,
Yeah,
you're
we've been
talking about.
having issue that in some of the Ayurveda products, because of the
Yeah,
metals, so they are not allowed here in UK and America because
yeah.
when they do the test. Do you feel that in India the quality has improved and it's safer to eat them?
Yeah, the quality has improved, but what I'm talking about is a single herb formulation. If you have some herbs as such, like licorice is easily available everywhere, the roots of the plant, and you can use them as a powder form. There are many other combinations that have metals which are particular Ayurveda formulations. Rather than taking that, just taking simple herbs will be beneficial, and they're equally potent because they have got good phytochemicals as well as metabolites that help you with body grooming as well as mental health as well, because they have macro and micronutrients in many ways. That is equally safe.
That's amazing. And I think for
Nilkumar,
long,
last thing I want to say, never forget to smile.
never forget to smile. Exactly. Everybody needs to smile. Smile is, you see, a child's protection is a smile. Nobody has ever slapped a smiling child because it's so difficult. That's why we say that God resides in a child, and when they want something, they are so crafty. They just smile at you and they get what they like. Amrita, which
Yes.
episode have we got next week?
Next week, we are again coming to celebrate the International Organ Donation episode,
No, I
which
think,
will be
sorry,
So next week
Indian.
is International
friendship.
Day of Friendship, and the organ donation we will talk in a
Yes,
later.
followed
So
about
next
that.
Sunday,
Yes.
what we want is everybody coming and either giving a friendship poem, lecture, song, message. Let's expand our friendship that we have created in 186 countries. We get people coming. All of you today, please come and share your friendship moments with us, which will be beautiful. And then, Amrita, what you wanted is on the 3rd of August, where Rotarian Lal Goyal and Kirit Mistry are producing that together with you, of course. Rotarian, tell us why we are doing that on 3rd of August.
So 3rd August, Indian Organ Donation Day is there, and that's why the entire program will be dedicated for Indian Organ Donation Day, and we will be talking about the things what government has done, what the society is doing, what all stakeholders are doing, medical fraternity, etc. So that is a very interesting thing, and very I say it is going to create lots of awareness, lots of removal of myths which are there in the society. That's why we have kept on the Sunday, the 3rd, the Indian Organ Donation Day.
And not only we will have experts from different parts and vast number from India. We will talk a bit about legislation. We will talk a bit about compliance. We will talk a bit about contacts. So I think it's so wonderful. And maybe that's one of the days where Rotary are also having a memorandum section as well. So it will be so beautiful.
It will be there will be a joint meeting between Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK between 8 to 9 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time, where the views will be exchanged and we will be signing an MOU among ourselves to promote, to create awareness in both the countries, plus also to open the Interact or the Rotary clubs in their UK as well as in India.
Brilliant. Sarah, you want to know who is the Ayurveda doctor? That's Dr. Amrita. She's very senior, not just an Ayurveda doctor, but she's a mentor in that field. So, Amrita, friendship episode next Sunday. Come and be friendly. Share your friendship matters, poems, songs, stories, anything you like, do that. And following Sunday, which is 3rd of August, the Indian Organ Day, Organ Donation Day, where we will talk lots about things, and you will see a live MOU being signed. We did it the previous year as well, which was so beautiful. You will see it again. And then following week comes the Ayurveda episode.
Yeah.
Wealth and medicinal wealth and
Wealth and
wellness.
wellness.
Yeah, so it will be very beautiful. So at Healing Our Earth, we pick topics, different topics. Every Sunday, we connect the globe together to give out free education. Lata has got a comment. Lata, a quick comment, and Amrita, then you can close down with a lovely Gayatri mantra, and we move on. Lata, your comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was a wonderful session, and all the knowledge and the points that were brought to the front was very, very practical and useful. Most of the things I agree with and do, but it is nice to hear that that I'm not isolated and that we're all in the same mindset of doing healthy lifestyle. But I think the main thing about the men here, the advice would be that Neil, you and Mr. Goel are the prime leaders to take the men forward to understand women, because you're doing such a fine job. You really are. And I just take my hat off to you because this is amazing. It's not easy subject to, become humble and be low in their ego, to lowering their ego so that they can understand women and allow them to speak up. We thank you so much, don't we, women? We must
Thank you.
applaud.
Thank you, Lata.
Thank you.
And Amrita, just Wednesday gone, we had a live session of Healing Our Earth in person here in Harrow, where Dr. Lakshmi, Lata, Meeta were all there. And guess what? We had equal balance. We had more women doing the session than we had men. We had only Lalit who had a little chance. Otherwise, Hiral, Seema, and Shalini did the session. So at Healing Our Earth, we do believe in women empowerment, but men are not ignored at all. We love you all. And Amrita, Gayatri Mantra. And let's close off nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. And today's episode, I especially like to thank Sarah, as well as Rotarian Lalgul, Dr. Anjali, Dr. Meenal, for bringing such a lovely guests and making this episode a wonderful one. And we look forward to invite you all for our next upcoming episode on Friendship Day, where we can have better talks about the importance of relationship and friends in our life. And therefore, today's episode has a takeaway about the self-care that we all, as a human being, must do for ourselves, may it be men, may it be women. It's all about humanity, versatility, as well as the smiles that we can bring on everybody's face. With that, we come to the conclusion, and I would like to end up today's episode with a bunch of thanks and a Gayatri mantra. ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ स्वाहा तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं तस्य धीमहि प्रचोदयात्। शांति शांति।